Fixit42 bot says welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes. Fixit42 bot says T-4 minutes. Fixit42 bot says T-3 minutes. Fixit42 bot says T-2 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to
Fixit42 bot says stream about to start, 1 minute left.
gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets. I'll unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, so knowledge will
So before I start, I just have to fix my CV because I just got a question to send it. So I'll just go to print it here. And that is to PDF, of course. Right. So I have it in Google Docs. So let's see if we Control P this. Looks okie dokie. I actually removed a bit of my other stuff in my education list because it's one page is enough, right? So I have one with my jobs here. Let's see. Get the switching screen thing out. So I made most of this on stream actually, so it's not like it's secret. And we have one page where I have my contact information and like my jobs. And then I have one page which is just a long list. Well, this first is a tiny bit of skills, then it's a long list of education that I'm like, that's my thing, to learn new things, right? So, kinda wanna show that in a note. And also this job was it's cybersecurity, but embedded stuff, and I'm very interested in that. So, and I have that on my CV. Let's see if I can switch now. So here we have like, so this is tiny for me even. I'm sorry if it's tiny. So computer design. Yeah, I played, I think this one is, yeah, CN Electronics, Home Alarm System, PC Application Communication, yeah. Yeah, so it was actually serial. This is 2005. It was by USB connection. Right, serial to USB. Whatever. I removed a few lines here. I think 2 on this one and 1 here. I should add more cybersecurity stuff up here. Yeah. So then we have jobs things. It's kind of old, going back a long time because, yeah, not a lot of stuff up here. It's just my own company. So let's see, we can hop over here. So, let's just make a new name for this. It's not that interesting, right? Yeah, so I could keep the date. So why did it add Google Docs there, right? That's kind of funny.
VR_Mechatronics says I think make print screen, and ask GPT about CV. VR_Mechatronics says hey.
Yeah, so...
Rubiovk says best viewers on rutgalive.icu/lsv. Fixit 42 bot says message removed.
You can stop here as well. Because I can't stop. The TTS is too quick to pick it up before the message is removed. I'll just
VR_Mechatronics says microphone is muted.
Is microphone muted? No. You can hear me. So I can see that my mic is going up and down here.
VR_Mechatronics says now is on.
Yeah, it's on. It was just a bit far away, so I didn't move it enough. Sorry for that. So I'd like put it to the side and then
VR_Mechatronics says triple A okay.
Thanks for the information. That's good. So I'll just send my CV here to this dude. It's always nice to get questions and like, you interested in this job? I like that. So I haven't applied for any more jobs, but this is usually how I get jobs. So well, fingers crossed. Never know. So CV uploaded to LinkedIn. Thanks a million. Have a great day. There. So let's see. Here it is. There. 695k for a few lines of text. Right. Well, I guess this is an image too. And it's a PDF. Let's just, before I send it, I just wanna double check. No? Okay, let's just... Yeah, so this is a link from Tiberius yesterday, by the way. I'll just double check my CV after the printing that it looks good. Right, so downloads. It always ends up in download when you print there. So looks like it's like
VR_Mechatronics says tell me is good to upgrade 64 gigabytes RAM in laptop or just 32 gigabytes.
Yeah, so I really wanna get 64. So that's one of the reasons I'm thinking of getting a new computer. So I would get 64, but that's because I'm streaming, you know. Streaming while I have the VM on and everything. So it's, if I didn't stream it, I think 32 would be enough. There. So send it. It was kind of, you sent me an email first and then a request on friend request on LinkedIn, and then he sent me the text also on LinkedIn with a few more details, actually the company name like too. So some recruiter, I guess. Yeah, so sounds interesting, but we'll see. So I'm like a technical person, but I also like the managing side of stuff. So it's always a decision where to go.
The hidden task says hi.
Hi, welcome back. So let's get started. So I sent that. Hopefully I'll get a more fun job soon. Yes, I'm a bit off today too. So I'll go a bit slow. We'll take it a bit slow. Let's just see. Maybe I shouldn't have this up all the time, taking resources from my poor computer. So let's actually save these. Right, so we're in the code. Let's not be in the code. Buffer overflow. We're continuing with the web stuff. I'm just going to make sure I have these saved because I want to continue. What's up? It says no file? Yeah, that was slow. It's very slow. Whatever. Maybe it's a memory. VR. Yeah, so let's see here. So this is actually the Protostar, right? So I noticed I do have Protostar here. More info on. And this is where I found it. This is actually someone's write-ups, I guess you could say, but all of them start with a code, and that's what I'm interested in, to see the code. Since the actual page is down, I can see the code, and if I don't scroll down I don't see the solution. So that's nice. Yeah, I was showing someone try hack me here. We can close that. This is also actually Protostar, but this is more like I was reading these to learn buffer overflow before I even that's where I found Protostar too, really. So the page where I found. So I thought, well, I can read these since I was doing then the Try Hackney buffer overflows room. So I could read these. They're the same theme, but not like a write up. But now when I'm doing the Protostar ones, maybe I shouldn't read there, you know? Right, and also we were looking at Hack the Box Academy's buffer overflow stuff. So this one we want to continue. Oh, I can keep that up actually. What's this? Oh, right, so these links are from this room. Let's actually do this now and not have these up eternally and forever. So, actual examples. Real world. I guess everybody says BUF, right, for buffer overflow. Examples. Let's do buffer overflow. There. And we're going to paste these two articles that we got. So that one too. And if we ever need to connect to the Academy VPN, it's not the same as the normal one, Hack the Box, because I have a normal VPN. It would be odd to have two VPNs for the same site, right? And we can close this one down because I remember its name. So that's one we stay keeping up. This is what we're currently working on. This is its cheat sheet for SQLi. Then we have, let's see, where is it? Yeah, so this is like something I want to do. Let's pull it like in the middle of everything. So I'm gonna check through that. This one we can keep up. So right. Yeah, I want to see this again. I just saw the end. I rated to a stream there. Soon saw it was up. Well, I only saw it was up when I was reading, so. Payloads, all the things have a lot of SQL stuff. So that's why we have this up. Yeah, we were checking the difference between Concat. We were checking for Microsoft. I got a good solution for this from Tiberius yesterday, so we don't have to look at that anymore. And here we have the same thing again. I got a thanks you too from the dude asking about the job. So let's see. Yeah, payloads, all the things, and then there's SQL here. Let's just hop into there. SQLi is what we're interested in right now, right? So we don't have to see the rest of stuff. And I'm assuming that this one is the same directory, right? So we don't need this twice. And this is the Postgre one. I guess I should say Postgres, right? It sounds odd to say it just. Yeah, so I think we did this, right? And this is actually included in our notes now, the public, I think. We used it at least and it worked. So let's make sure it's in the notes before we close that one. So hopefully no more buffer overflow windows open or tabs open more than the one that I want open, the HTTP one. SQLi. Here's the payload all things links and Portsways cheat sheet and the base SQL injection link. If well, I shouldn't put them all there, right? We could really remove these two, but it's a nice reminder that they are kind of detailed. What we need to add here is tips. So tips site, right? We gonna add it here, definitely. I'm just thinking, where do I have it? I have it here. So this is it. So this is what I found yesterday. His whole stream was about this, really. So, but then I asked the question. He said, "Oh, it's on the page." I was like, "Oh, should have looked at, read all of it first, right?" So it's just a better list. A better list. It's kind of like what I'm building, but it's already finished. So we can like get all the things we want here. So for concat, oh gosh, it's searching my Obsidian notes. That's not my intention. I was gonna search in this page. That's a bad part of being able to scroll though you have not actually clicked something, right? So Control F here instead, and let's go for concat here. So here we can see that MySQL's no, MS SQL's group concat. We have to do group concat, yeah. It's string ag. So that's how it's done. All of these, or rather Postgres and MS SQL has string ag, and he is also saying MS SQL, not Microsoft. I was annoyed at that yesterday for the list. And Oracle has list ag. So I guess that's the other way. So when we searched yesterday, we got like long list of do this with a long SQL lump of text, right? So public, where is it in our notes? Let's make sure it's here. Or rather, I don't think it's here. Here it is. But this is not saying the actual database. It's saying public. So so let's do a like observe the we need to test in other places. Test this on other, well, I'm like database type, SQL versions. Oh, there's enough. It's kind of clear what I mean, right? Yeah, let's go back. So now we can close this, unless someone else had great suggestions here. Z command. Start from yeah, so this is what we want to specify. Where table schema is not. Oh, right. This is also not as nice. So this is another version. So this is interesting too. their parentheses around these and given us 2. So we see the rest, right? So let's add this. That was supposed to test this. Also test. Oh, that's a mess. So the new lines are just to make it pretty. They're not required. SQL white space is white space, not something odd like in Python, right? Select star from information schema tables. Where table schema not in information schema. So this is a way to not see the data about the database, right? And this is PG catalog, meaning this is also Postgre, right? So as soon as we get this up, we can test that. The VM is still on, right? So the page is still here, though this one will have died yesterday early, right? So it's been done for hours and hours. So we'll have to go to the web page again. My God, how many things have I got open? We have to check the others, right? Get tables only. Almost DT. Base table type. Base table. So what other than tables are we getting when we're asking select star from information schema tables? Now I'm very curious. We have to test this before we do something else. So let's access lab. We need to log in, right? So we have logged in now. Now give us the test site so we can play. So yeah, so some of the names of these and the images are kind of funny, right? Xbox Battleground Tarantula double pack. Oh yeah, yeah. We'll get these as a watchdog for our house, right? That looks nice. So what we're doing here, we're going to pass because it's short name to change up. But really, right? Let's do this on the other machine, because otherwise all the saved logins and stuff will pop up in my normal browser. I don't want that. So we're going to the VM now, and so we have a lot of these. Let's paste it on this one. Oh, I thought it was one that we had solved. Nice. So let's see. Just closing there, right? So the main page. Let's go there first. And we can click it on this machine too. So the main page, no more information here. I'm kind of thinking we probably was supposed to like log in or something. The application uses tracking cookies for analytics and performs SQL query containing the value of a submitted cookie. The results of the SQL query are not returned and no error messages are displayed, but the application includes a welcome back message. Oh, I remember, in the page, if the query returns any rows. If the query returns any rows. Right. And then they're just telling us that the table is called user, username, password. Need to exploit SQL blind SQL injection vulnerability to find the password for administrator to user. There. So. Right. So far we have used this. But now we might. The thing is that when we fail to log in, we get to this page where it says welcome back. So I'm a bit confuzzled by this, right? So if we do QWERTY here, right, and we do click login, we do QWERTY here too. I'm assuming this is not in the database. It does say welcome back here, right? Though this might be that it's like redirected. Actually, let's yeah, I was looking at this yesterday, but I didn't have time to continue. Since the proxy history will be crazy much since yesterday, I'm just going to restart Burp. So we have a fresh one. I could set like the scope, but these changes all the time, so we'd have to change it all the time. And we could set it to websecurityacademy.net though. Maybe I should, so we don't get a lot of stuff, but we still get it in the history, because the browser will still keep doing stuff. Whatever. Clear and nice history. So if we now do just reload this page. There. Maybe we should even get a clear one. This is the description. We want to go just back, right? So I just want to make sure that these are also in there. Right? It still says welcome back, even though we haven't even entered anything. So I'm very curious what the difference will be. Right. Here we have all the things I didn't want to have saved before. Yeah, and QWERTY was there too. So invalid username password, of course. So I'm thinking we're not supposed to use this, right? But how would we get a welcome back message from the normal page? It says welcome back too. So does this say welcome back too if we go to pets? It says also welcome back. Right. Right, so let's assume that we're building upon what we've done before in this one, and to explore the database. Previously, we've been able to see the data in this table here, but I'm assuming that we still can do stuff on this place, right? So if we do QWERTY here instead, yeah, so I'm kind of seeing it looks just the same as before. Looks just the same as before, but maybe we don't get as much feedback. Like we should have probably had a yeah, so that breaks. Still broken. Just making sure pets existed. So We need to check what was actually the theory before this lab, right? Because it was yesterday. So let's go back. Come on, I clicked twice. Come on, page. So this is page 404 of blind. Can I click anything? Let's just F5 the page. You can't click these at all. That's odd. You might want to hop between them. So what if I click here? Then I get to like a contents, and then we can click stuff. Not these though. That's a bit funny. We want to go now to not resume, but we want to get to the start here. Oh, this is... Come on, I want to go to this. Okay, sure. Let's resume and assume that the back button works now. Yeah. It's a bit funny. Why not have these clickable? Why? Wouldn't this make it a more usable site? So I shouldn't complain. So this is the last lab we did, which was login as administrator after finding its password using Union. So let's reread these because I don't remember what I read exactly, but I remember it being like yeah. No, nothing new really, but still. In this section, we describe techniques for finding and exploiting blind SQLi. What is blind SQLi? First, when an application is vulnerable to SQLi, but HTTP responses didn't contain the results of the relevant SQL query. Data on database errors. No feedback like that. When techniques such as union text are not effective, because then we just output the data with blind SQLi. This is because they rely on being able to see the results of the injected query within the application responses, like the password being printed on the screen in the HTML. It's still possible to exploit blind SQLi to access unauthorized data, but different techniques must be used. Yeah, some bird just flew up like very close and sitting on the table. Oh, on the roof. But different techniques must be used. Exploiting blind SQLi by triggering conditional responses. Yeah, and this is when I don't think it's blind. And apparently Tiberius agreed with me yesterday, which is nice. So it's not just me that thinks it's odd that when you get feedback it's not blind, right? Consider an application that uses tracking techniques to gather analytics about usage. Request. Sorry about the cars. It's a bit noisy, but I have to have the window open. It's very warm. Alright, my water is out. I think I'll actually go get some water. And I'll put my yogurt down because it will just go warm here. Especially since it was on my hard drive. I'll just put the sign on the door. Well, the sign that I'm streaming is kind of worn. I should have like laminated it. Right, that makes me think I should actually check my mail. Just making sure you can see it. So my email is like drowning in AliExpress messages, because when you make an order on AliExpress, all the items are different orders and they have different order numbers, and they have a lot of statuses when they're delivered. Like, oh, now this has arrived to, this is past customs in China, this is past custom in Sweden, this is being sent to this from this. So it's just like drowning. It's just so spammy. Like this. This is all that's in my email right now. Oh, I also had ads from Amazon. Oh well, let's delete that too. So the AliExpress ones, I guess I will keep those, but it feels a bit spammy. I'm just sorry. I'll fix this, because I wanted to see if I have an actual email, and if it's just drowning with so many AliExpress messages per day, it's amazing. So I'm still scrolling down. So they had this, you know, there. So I think I just moved 200 messages. So let's see here. I think that's good enough. Let's click more too. It's just crazy how much messages you get. It's Monday, Sunday. Also, I think that so when I wasn't home yesterday, my kid just told me that there's a dude outside. Don't you want to open the door? No. So he didn't open the door, and I don't know what it was, but it might have been a delivery, but I would assume they would send stuff to deliveries usually just put stuff outside, you know. So where on earth did it go? Yeah, so it hopped to the start. Let's do current folder. So sorry, I'm just quickly doing this, and I don't want to show you my email. So I don't want to miss any actual emails, so that's why I'm doing this. So now we're back to March, so that's good enough. Cleaned out all of those. So yeah. So now I'm just quickly checking that I don't have any important emails that I missed. It would have been yesterday or the day before, because I was printing something. Alright, I should check that out later too. So I have a course, Android programming, and maybe an electronics course, university courses, and I might do another one too. We'll see, but probably that's enough with 2 university courses on a term. That's like half-time studies. But I'm not sure if I want to do the electronics one. I'll see what it's like, you know. Because some courses they're free in Sweden. Some courses are like good and some are not. If they just tell you to read a book, you could just read a book without going to course, you know. Though you won't get any points, I guess. Put it on your CV. Oh, I read this book. Yeah, so it's a Android programming course that starts Monday, and that's always fun, right? And I feel outdated. I feel like last time I made an app was long ago. It's actually there in my. I was thinking of live learning it, but I do like to have an actual course if it's good. If it's bad, it's not useful. Yeah, so let's continue. Exploiting blind SQL injection. Conditional responses. Yeah. So let's get the information that we need here. It uses tracking cookies to gather analytics about usage. Request to application include a cookie header like this. So there should be cookie headers like this. Let's check our burp. And let's see here. So all of these should have cookies. Here we have cookie. Oh, so this is actually the pets one. So in the logins, they don't have the cookies, do they? Oh, it already has it. So cookie tracking ID. So this is the ID, and we have a session. And then we have the same one. And what's happening here then? This is sent without, and we're getting setting a cookie here. Spioling. This one has a tracking ID, but this one didn't have. I'm like, what? So B. So this is a new one. And it's still the same site. So they won't last forever, I guess. So if we do just update this page now. We're sending the BG7 one, not this one. But I'm curious, why is this? It's also a different session. I'm like, why? What? So let's just steal this one. Meaning just take it and remove the cookie here. And send this. And then we get one. But why? So if undo. There. So let's use this one then. And then it so first of all, we were going to check for if we were. It says welcome back always, right? So this is on the login page, and we also have this. If you go to the login page, it says welcome back here, right? So if we open this one in repeater 2, so the login here. So, well, actually, let's put. Very important to spell QWERTY right. Let's do pass, right? So we should have taken this one instead. So we have parameters here now. I actually saw what this check mark was there. So here we have the username and password. CSRF. So this one says welcome back. So let's see what they say. I am split between should I go training today or not, right? That's why I'm checking the time. I have to leave in 2 hours then, but I'm still not feeling like good. When a request containing a tracking ID cookie is processed, the application uses a SQL query to determine whether this is a known user. So, select tracking ID from tracked users where tracking ID. So, let's say that we do like we're sending a cookie, but we just add QWERTY to the end of it, so it's not a good one, right? No, we didn't get the welcome back. So that's when we don't get the welcome back. Right. So it's not when we log in we get the welcome back. No, that's the invalid username and password. Okay. So it didn't give us this, it didn't recognize it. So I sent it twice, just to check that. No, it didn't recognize it still. It still didn't send us this, it's just me changing it. Adding QWERTY to it. So I just added stuff here, so it wouldn't match it. This query is vulnerable to SQL injection, but the results from the query are not returned to the user. However, the application does behave differently depending. I get it now. What we're supposed to do now, right? Does behave differently depending on whether the query returns any data. Yeah, if it returns data, it will be added like my QWERTY. That's what happens, right? so that's nice. So, but the tricky thing, I imagine there are lots of sites that do something like that, right?
Fixit42bot says new follower KTeachTech. Less than 3.
Welcome in, welcome in.
KTeachTech says hey there.
Hey. So, we're trying to do this blind. I don't call it
KTeachTech
blind when
says
you get
how are
feedback.
you?
I'm good. How are you? So yeah, so probably some allergy TMI though. Though this should be like pollen at least.
KTeachTech says I'm pretty fine.
Yeah, good. Yeah, some allergies, otherwise some good, I think.
KTeachTech says I hack as well.
Cool. So how did you find the stream? So I'm sorry, just yeah, I should probably have like eaten some allergy meds before I started streaming. I'll just take allergy pills. We'll see if it works. Some antihistamines. There. So, yeah, this looks like a fun thing, and also a new thing to me.
KTeachTech says I discovered it through science and technology.
Nice. Yeah, so a lot of people is telling you, like, you should do software and game development, but I'm like, yeah, so today I'm not really doing coding, right? I might some days, but it's more science and technology, really. Though we should have our own category, right? It should be a cybersecurity or something, right? So we found that if we add stuff here, we don't get the welcome message, and this is what they told us. And I couldn't find this in the browser, of course, because we had to edit the request. But we have like a Boolean system now to get feedback, and this means it's not blind. So let's just read this. This query is vulnerable to SQL injection, but the result from the query are not returned to the user. Do you stream, by the way? Are you learning? Do you work in the area? Like, how much do you know? However, the application does behave differently depending on whether the query returns any data. Yeah, if you submit a recognized tracking ID, the query returns data and you receive a welcome back message in the response. This behavior is enough to be able to exploit the blind SQLi. You can retrieve information by triggering different responses. Additionally, depending on so if someone didn't understand, we will find soon. Right? So we can do an and at the end of them instead of my QWERTY. So I added QWERTY here. So I'm like thinking this tracking ID here doesn't have any quotes of any kind around it. Like they do. They have like this is supposed to be the tracking ID. So this is like it's in a field. Right. I think I got it now. Yeah, so we just add it. Come on, I did click. I am sure I clicked. Now I can change it. So first of all, let's make sure that we get the welcome message so that I didn't break it more. So we get the welcome back. And then we like fake end it, right? So I guess that's what we're supposed to do. We do and, well, I guess we do 1 equals 1 this way, because then we can end it with leaving the last one out, assuming that this will be in the code inside like a string here, so that we end that string and then we put this as code in there. So if we send this now, so this is why it's nice to have the example before. So we get the welcome back, though we're changing it. So we change this a lot. So if we do a false here instead, then let's see, no welcome back. So why not? Right. So let's put the 1 back and send it again. And we have 1 match here. It doesn't hop there though. Auto scroll, please. So we can see the welcome back, and we do the 2, and we send, and we have 0 highlights. We do the 1. I do control space to run it. And we have the welcome back. So we have a nice Boolean thing to play with. And yesterday I showed my script that I used for Nidus for a similar thing. But it was not with the tracking ID. We were playing around with other stuff though. So let's continue reading all of it again. That I read quickly yesterday before I had to. The first of these values causes. Right, I was driving my kid to school. That's why I couldn't finish even thing. No, I continued after that, and then yeah, right. So my kid wanted to talk. That's why we stopped. So the first of these values causes the query to return results because we injected and 1 equals 1 conditional results is true. As a result, the welcome back message is displayed. Second value will be false. So the message is not displayed. So let's go back to this. No. Here. So here. If we do add an and here on the end, and here we can also see, this is where we find out what's in the background and how we, without knowing how everything works, can understand what's in the background, because I'm not that good at this yet. So we need to add to the notes. So let's do a section here. So I didn't add anything. What I'm thinking is, where do I want to add this? Should I make a new file for like tracking ID example? Because it's just an example, right? So we're pasting this, and we're getting the interesting bits from this. So in the request, it actually has more stuff there. There's a session too, but in the background, right? So what we can do here is well, I'm not happy about it being called blind, so I'm going to do boolean instead. Boolean. So the thing that's new for me, it's that it's the tracking ID, right? So we need one more thing here. So tracking ID is used. Typed user so many times the R just ends up there automatically. Is used to keep track of the user's activity on the website. That's what they said, right? So this is the example setup. The request is like this. In the background there's this. We could also add like the physical actual request when we got it from the start and stuff, right? So cookie tracking ID. It's a cookie. Maybe it's the fact that it's a cookie more than it's called tracking ID, right? That we have done a similar thing before with another cookie. Actually a session, but whatever. So if we go to the next page, we have this way to try and get a boolean result. Here is to edit the tracking. Well, let's do tracking ID value. For example, by adding to it. So when a tracking ID that was sent to us from the server by not sending an ID, we get a new one. We get a welcome back message on the page in the HTML. Well, I'm just being overly explicit here. Since I'm making my notes public, so someone else might read this and not understand what I already know about this, you know? When a tracking ID was sent to us from the server by not sending an ID cookie. Oh my, I can't even spell cookie. I also can't spell cookie. That's funny. Message on the page in the HTML. It's kind of looking the same, right? It looks the same. we don't get this message when we modify. So my spelling today, it's my fingers. I'm not, it's not my fault, it's my fingers. I don't get this message when we don't get this message when we modify the, I guess we say tracking ID cookie, right? There, I overrode my fingers. So, success, right? Because, yeah, so my fingers are not with me today. Success. So this is what we can test. It worked. We can use this for this as a Boolean test. We tried again with, and then I have this paste. Versus no, that's so bad. It's terrible sometimes. So I wanted it to add the character, but not twice. So by adding this also worked as expected. When adding true, giving, then we're going to put this whole thing here, so it's so mega obvious that no one can misunderstand it, right? Just confirming that it's right. Whatever, I could have copied it. Now let's copy this. We're actually doing a test while doing this, right? So when adding true to the and true to the end, it is still true, while when adding and false, it's false. Like, we didn't really have to do that after testing with the QWERTY, right? But now we've confirmed. Confirmed. So actually, that's where I want a new line. So this is the important bit. So let's bold that. Why doesn't it like Boolean? Does it want it to be capitalized? Yeah, I don't want it to be. I'm just eating a bit here, so trying to make my throat a bit nicer to me and not starting to hurt. I'm like not sick, but I'm not at my best shape. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I should just continue streaming instead of going training. So the first of these values causes a return, query to return results, because they injected and true. Welcome back message is displayed. Second value equals a query, not return any results. Yeah, so this is important. It's actually making it not return any results. So this is an SQL, but should we call it an odd thing? Because it's not actually comparing anything in the database with anything. It's just, you can just add a random thing there. It's funny actually that it's possible to do that. That's the same thing that when we do the if we go to the SQLi, actually let's have both up. So where's the example? I also made this examples yesterday. We'll fix that to make it better, like this example. So let's open the examples too, right? This is from yesterday. We also added stuff to this. So let's go down here. So this is also a place where we do use numbers that don't really exist, or if we use null. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking, didn't we add the nulls here? Here. So I'm thinking that this bit actually needs to be further up because I didn't find it. We can do lots of tests. So that's like a parenthesis to this. So be compatible with all data types. I think this works, but maybe it's in all databases. Data types, database, databases, right? And data types. Null can be used instead of numbers, because I haven't had any problems with this, but this is what this said, right? So we should have tested that. I'm not sure if I did. So just a sec. Just throw a quick eye on my email again. There. So, also it's Thursday. It is 1.5 hours until the Epic Game free game switches, if anyone wants to do that. So I did that before starting stream, so me and my kids, I clicked for the free games. If you want to play them sometime, we have those games now in our Epic stores, or whatever, libraries, I guess. So, this is finished, and right, so it's the same thing as here. So we don't have to really have these. but they are added to complete it so that we can end. So this could be like qui equals qui, right? So it just has to be the same thing. It doesn't matter, but I guess we can do one, right? So as long as they're the same, it will be true. And it's a string. So let's see what they say. This allows us to determine the answer to every single objective condition and extract data, one piece at a time. So, exploiting blind SQLi by triggering conditional responses. Continued. So I really didn't try to read that right. For example, suppose there is a table called users with the columns username and password, and a user called administrator. You can determine the password for this user by sending a series. So I have lots of this on my notes, but we'll just continue reading anyway. Of inputs to test the password one character at a time. Now let's also make a script for this, right? The only thing that we need is this request and my already finished Python script and a bit of editing to make it fit, right? So we just add one character. So a test to make it, to know if something is true here. Instead of making this and, I did click, didn't I? So we need to remember that we need to end with something like this, right? That's a good thing to remember, that we need to end this like this. And should we continue reading first?
Fixit42 bot says welcome back Cypher Enigma.
Welcome back. Yeah, you know exactly what to say, right? If you say unlock, you're welcome back. How many times you do it? Maybe I should make it you have to do lurk first. And it remembers if you lurked. You're welcome to do unlark how many times you want.
Cypher Enigma says wow, D.
Yeah, so the first character in the password, what is it? That is what we're trying to find here. And that's why we're doing a substring in password from user where username is administrator. So the administrator's password. This will return the administrator password, and then we will check a part of this with the letter M. Compare. Actually, the first letter. This returns welcome back message in their example there. So if we do T, it would be false because it is apparently M. Let's see what they're doing later. Welcome back. Confirm that the character is. They bugged. So first they said it's M, and then they confirm it is S. Oh, that's funny. Am I like crazy or what? First character of the password is, oh, it's greater than M. Okay, then we're checking like that. So I'm like more going through it all by a script, right? So of course, yeah, they're doing these. So, okay, fine. I was like, what? What did they do? And why didn't I think of that yesterday? Because yesterday I read all of it, and I saw these characters. Yeah. But then I had to stop before we did the lab. So that's why we're rereading. Yeah, so maybe, do I want this in
Cypher
my
Enigma says,
notes?
did you catch Tibb's stream last night?
Yeah, yeah.
I know it's pretty late for you.
Yeah, so I actually went to bed in like the middle of the stream, I think. Yeah, in the middle of the stream, so I should probably watch the rest. I asked him a question there, and he was like, look at my notes. My cheat
Cypher
sheet.
Enigma says, hee
It was
hee, yeah,
good.
understandable.
Yeah, so I added it to my notes there. Let's see. So I just added his to my list here. Tips. Site here. So I already had this, which is kind of nice too. But it didn't have what I asked him for, and he had it. Let's see. Here, I just searched at the start of stream. So I wanted to know what group concat was in MS SQL and this string ad. And when I googled for this, I got like this really long SQL queries trying to do the same thing. But if there's a simple solution, that's great. So I'm like building one of these myself. But now we have so much for free here. That's wonderful. Great job he's done. Nice list. So, and he also didn't think that it's blind when it's Boolean. I mean, I don't think it's
Cypher
crazy. When you
Enigma
have
says, yeah,
feedback.
I have that same issue with my notes.
Yeah. Right. So the reason I'm like making this a separate one is because it's kind of specific. It's kind of nice to have this as an example, not making even more mess of it. This is long enough, right? It's kind of long already. And there are detailed examples. I'll probably make this into an like if instruction. So I've started here with SQLi, but if we go to, for example, for Linux, so it's here. So this one, start here Linux, it has, no, the Windows one is better example, the Windows one. So my Windows start here, that's Windows creds, Windows. So here at the end somewhere, so I have like, if it's this, it's do this, do this, do this, or if it's this, do this, or maybe instructions list. I think I actually extracted the biggest one of those that went really crazy. Let's see if it loads. Nothing more here? No. Yeah, because it's if you have creds but you don't know what to do with them, you can't log in. You don't have anywhere to log in. I had that problem on the box, so I didn't really get a good response for that, or rather, like, I didn't solve it in that way. So I haven't got that still. Yeah, so I'm trying to make like, and also here I have PSCMD, PSCMD, different alternatives to do the same thing. So that's the goal, that this should be, if we go far enough back. Still in starter Windows, Linux, here. So that this too should be like, if you see this, do this, a guide. That's a goal. And so this is just one part of it. So this will probably become a thing like that. So if you change this and the message becomes different, then you can probably use this to get data this way, right? That's a goal. To have nice notes with like instructions. How to do things in a good way. Yeah, so I closed this. Let's open it. We'll see if my computer dies. Let's see, can we kill a few things? Java update. Well, email is kind of nice to have up because I get spam stuff. So that's stream related. Time up render. I'm not even using that. I should remove it auto start actually. So, right, so find password boolean. And then we have a time-based one here too. So let's this is from Natus 15, so I just renamed it here, and I copied these here yesterday too. So let's make a copy of this, I think, because it's nice to have several examples. Scripts. So let's paste here. And it could be called copy, that's okay. But now we're actually on Web Security Academy, right? And we'll see what it's called, right, in one next page. So I guess that we could use this way to do it, and that this is a way to find it, but it's so much slower than doing it by a script, right? So we also want to have as easy a way to do it as possible, in case we would ever want to do it quickly, right? Which we would probably want if we're not learning. We don't want to wait. So I've also been thinking that maybe it should be possible just to paste the burp request. So here we have to edit it a bit, right? I'm curious if there's a way to... We don't need any auth here. So also the basic authentication. This is just a temporary page. Natus is open. So let's go to the requests that we have. To Kelly. And no, this is the wrong one. No, it's not. It's here, but this doesn't matter. Let's go with a more basic one, which is the tiniest. This is for category. This is login. So we want login, I think. I don't think it matters really, but this is... We don't need to send a password, you know? Though it will be kind of fun to have it as the test if we're done. But I already have the test in there. Yeah, so I think I have a test for a string in the script. And we have the string to test with there. So why does it say queer now? Yeah, because we were supposed to start editing here. That's why. So stuff goes here. Well, should we actually put the stuff there? Maybe we should do that. So let's make another step in between. That's me tabbing wrong. Right, so let's go back to this page and let's copy the substring bit here. So this bit, though we want the equals. We want the equals one. So now I'm curious if it's actually asked for this one. We'll see. So my fingers were asking my brain, do I need to press Shift and Control to copy? And I had to answer it. It didn't do it itself. So yeah, so the and is already here. I don't like really the capitalization. Well, we'll just use the select password from users where username is administrator, and this is the test here. So we're ending this way on purpose, just as we're starting here with this character. So this bit is what's like added, because this character will follow automatically. Well, it's there. It's there in the query. So if we send this and we get a welcome back, then S is the actual result. Okay, and now we have to get a new one of these, which is annoying. And we'll have to get a new correct tracking ID for everything to work. Well, this is the way this works. Let's copy these to the notes. So we can do tests for the password of the user administrator like this, and we're gonna just paste these tests. I think they are like self-explanatory. If they're not, I can add stuff, of course. Using and might be useful for manual tests, but we can also make a script. For example, Python script. I might add it here when it's done. So so the way I do it, I don't do it like this. I don't use substring. I use like instead. I think that's prettier. What do you think? I think it's prettier. Substring, you have to run a function, and this is not totally clear what position it is, right? What does this one mean? What does this one mean? Is this a position and this the number of characters, or what's we talking about here, right? You have to check what the function is. But if you just use a like, it's very obvious, isn't it? So this is what we have to click again. Press this button. And here I'm doing, like, we don't need the auth for this one. So we can just delete auth, because I deleted the variable, or I commented it. So we're going to modify this all the way, meaning let's get our new URL too. So my mouse cable is stuck in stuff. I have like lots of stuff in the way here on my desk. So this is also very useful. We need to measure a lot of stuff, right? I was actually making these rope loops. So now I can move the mouse without it getting stuck, hopefully. So let's see. Yeah, so the headers, we're going to get them from here, but I was rerunning this and it didn't work, right? So we need to just get a new one. And I think the easiest way is just to copy that new URL that we got here now. There. Or should we just do it in the script? Now let's do step by step, slowly, as much as possible. Alright, wrong place to paste. So let's click on the login, and we don't need even, we're not going to play with these. So we just need the burp history entry of the login here. And yeah, I'm just checking. So where is the first? Here. So here we got the cookie. The cookies, I should say. So I would like to see a time for it. And hiding CSS image and binary content. Right. So filter. So binary and CSS. Images is also let's remove more stuff, right? For now, right? So there's extra stuff that we don't need in here. So now we don't have to scroll up a whole page to see it. So here's where we get the cookie. Here's where I click login. And this one, we have it when we send. We send this to the repeater so we can just easily edit, copy, paste. And we're going to test once more with this one. If we send this, we will get the welcome back. Let's see here. I'll have to redo it. And the setting is still there though, that's nice. So we have welcome back. If you just add a letter here and send it, it will not have 0 highlights. So we just remove this again and we get a different, we have the welcome back. So this is what we need. The question is how much of this we would really need, but we can just copy all of it. And it is now tested that it works, like, right? So if we paste it over here, it will look ugly. Let's see if we shift control paste it the same way. Yeah, so we can't get rid of these. If we were in OBS, that would have worked. So we don't need the first line. Well, we need the URL. So I'm just going to first copying this. I just clicked up here to get this. And let's put it here. So over the wire, bye-bye. And then we want login. And let's get rid of that. And so I'm thinking of making this automatic. So we just were to like doing. Is there a way to do this automatically? Who knows? Alright. So making this into this. It's the columns we're splitting on, right? And we want to make it whatever the equals. So taking the opportunity to learn something that we need, right? So the data type here for whatever so is there more things here? So, oh my. So remember things that you don't use often is not really the thing, right? Yeah. So this is a definitely key value, right? I'm like thinking, so if I type the object's type, yeah, so we just do this type, and then we need to print this, and then we exit, because this is not anything we want to do yet, right? So if we run this now with a debugger, it's a Python file. It's a dictionary, right? So that's the type of this. So we want to make this into a dict. I've done this before, I just don't remember exactly how I did it. So this is the format that it needs to be to be able to send it. So let's do a quick Google. We might have to get a new one there, because I'm taking time. So I think it's worth it to do it thoroughly and explore scripting stuff. And the reason I'm not just clicking a few keys and fixing the formatting manual is that next time I can just paste my burp stuff and it's done, right? It will convert automatically. So convert text to dict, Python. So convert a string representation of a dictionary to a dictionary. So yeah. So we have colons even in ours. So this is a string for them. That's not exactly the format we have. Import ast. Safer than using eval. No, I want to text convert it. I don't want to use a library or anything. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking JSON, but it's not, that's what I checked the type. It's not JSON really. I guess JSON is stitched, right? Yeah, so let's use this and test. Am I using JSON already? I don't remember even. No. So So we also want to make a we want to convert headers, so headers equals, let's make this headers from burp, right, making it clear that this is what we're just pasting here, right? I'm sure it can handle this too, what we're going to make, making it a bit prettier, right? Right. Whatever, it's good enough. So we don't need the import. So this is the string that they have, so we can use this thing. JSON acceptable string, JSON loads. Let's do the D here. What we want to do with the D is to check its type too. So we just copy this and we check the type here. So I said that this was not a coding stream. So when we run this now, we got an invalid syntax on 28. So it didn't look really, yeah. So I should have fixed that first. So we have two dicts. We have confirmed that what JSON loads does is to make a dict, and that's what I was kind of sure of, and that's what we're going on, you know. So we want to convert this to JSON data, really, this text here, and it shouldn't be hard. We have only columns at this place here, right? So what they're doing, they're replacing this character okay, so alright, that doesn't work. Let's just see if JSON loads can do headers. Yeah, I did copy it. So JSON loads, and we want headers from burp, and see what it does with this. And now it is actually headers. That is interesting. And see if we get an error message, and also see what it will look like. So we're going to also print headers itself there, and I'm also almost doing Ctrl SX because I've used Nano too much now. So F5. And we get an error message. Nice. So during handling of exception, another exception occurred. It can't handle the first character because it needs to be a parenthesis, I guess, then. So let's start with the first step here is to add. Let's add these characters. But first, let's check the documentation for JSON loads, because I know these things are kind of flexible, right? JSON.loads. I've read this documentation a few times. So, oh, click the wrong thing. We can check this out. So we don't have this. We don't have these, right? So we don't even need this. to parse above JSON string, firstly we need to import JSON module, built-in module in Python. So I'm like looking for something to automatically do this conversion, but we can do it manually. This is what we want to convert to. Maybe we should just do it without the JSON. But I'm thinking that it might have a be able to read different things. How to get JSON payload in Python. Let's go back. Let's click the Python docs instead. Yeah, so we can do a dumps to see what it looks like in JSON form. I think that's what we actually have already. I'm leaning towards skipping JSON and just doing it simply. So for let's test, but just for test line in headers from burp. Line equals line and I'm almost putting a semicolon, so the switching languages makes it like, so we want these at the start and the end of it. There. Oh, that was supposed to be a plus. So we add these at the ends, and then we want to replace line dot. Is there such a thing? Replace, yeah. And in this we have old letter string, new letter string, and count. Let's just a maximum. So just first, and we want to replace colon space with backslash this at the start of end, and the middle we want a colon, right? Let's check this syntax here. So that space is actually there too, right? So we can put this space in there, and after this, we want to print it. Here's from burp, right? And this is currently where we want to exit. Now let's actually leave it and skip all of these lines and skip this line because D doesn't exist. Headers is now line. No. What am I doing for the lines? Yeah, so it's actually going through it and modifying it. I'm not sure how this really works. If it modifies the lines, I think it would do and save them back, right? Because we could also add the lines to something new. And we also need to add a comma, right? Let's see here. So here. So we have the commas on the end, except for the last line. So also here, a comma, and at the very end, line dot ends with. What is ends with? Is this a function? Yeah. So we want to remove the last character now. So we really want to take a part of the string. Split is not necessary. Strip could possibly use a specific character, right? Copy the string with leading and trailing white space. If curse is given and not null, remove characters in characters instead. Yes, that's what I want to do. So I want to strip commas from the end and the start. So we just add a comma here, there, and then we print it, right? And before we do this, we want to do something else with it all. We want to do this thing again, but now we want to add, not for line, but for headers. And what we want to add now is the start and end brackets. There. Oh gosh. There. I thought so. It would add both. That's funny. The automatics. So if I type one of those, it will add the end one automatically. I mean automatically, right? So let's just delete that. We don't need that anymore. Let's delete this. Headers is not what we want. We want, let's actually change the name of this one back to headers, because so there, fixed. Right. So for line in headers, we add a double fnut. I'm making a word and a comma at the end of each line. Then we replace the colon space. We could just replace this colon too. But it's colon space always, right? Yeah, it's colon space in verb. So I'm undoing what I did, and I'm just going to change this last one here to headers, because I like that it says from verb, because it makes it easy to understand, right? And whatever is just the old stuff that we want to emulate this format. So we're going for this format in our output. So let's see if we get it. So come on. Was it already running it? Oh, it was just quick. So let's see. Can it do CLS? Yes. So if we check our output, because we have so much output now, we don't want to print whatever. right? The type of whatever. We don't want to print, want to print just header stuff. We know that the other one is that. So first it says it's a string, headers, and then it prints it, and it looks bad. So it does not save it automatically here. So we need to add line to a new one, meaning we will change this to be headers, and we will add line to headers. So headers equals headers plus line, but we will also set headers to nothing. Just my, I don't know, C-ness. Right? We need to be safe. So this didn't work. So it got all the characters, not the lines. So for line in, this doesn't work. It did all the characters. So how would we get the lines? We can split it in right, we can make an array with a split on the new line. Let's just see if there's like a common way of doing this. Python split text on lines loop. Split lines built-in function. We already have something there. Onto new lines. Possible way to split the text file. On what? Iterate over every line of a string. This is what we want to do. A text.split lines. So yeah, I'm not a robot. Come on. What could I have done? So, do you see any bikes? It says necessary. Okay. So I saw the answer before that popped up, but whatever. So it is just doing, instead of just text, the text split lines. So we just add dot split lines. Because we got the characters, and that's a bit funny. So split lines and keep ends. Line breaks are not included unless keep ends is given as true. So we default is false. We don't want any arguments. So now we're hoping for a bit of better output, right? Right, let's actually make this true. It's prettier. Oh. Restart. Oh, I didn't capitalize true. So now we have. It's still not right because I stripped the commas for every line. This is supposed to happen afterwards, not in the loop. There are also other stuff to fix. But let's add it here. Headers dot strip comma. So we do one thing at a time and check the result. So the comma is added to the start of it. So first of all, let's do one thing at a time when we're debugging. So we're removing that bit. So we just want to replace the colon here now, which apparently has failed, right? So this failed. Also, so if line is not, can I do this in Python, right? This works. If line is not this, so what I'm seriously thinking about here is, we did true now, let's remove true again, because then the first line will be, if we have empty lines in there, we don't want them, like the last two lines too, right? And then we want to indent the rest there, and this is fixing the full thing. So first have it empty, and then we do this. Right, we need to add plus line plus there, one fix at a time. No. So yeah, so it adds these two, the start here, and this should also be a \n, and this should have a \n, so it's prettier, right? One thing at a time. Or at the end we don't need it. And why is it, when I click F5 now, did I like click new? Well, we have these on separate lines, that's the first thing there. And then why does this not work? So it definitely didn't find this. So I'm pasting the actual thing that I saw. So this should work, right? Backslash quotes to get them into the string. So so I'm seriously considering doing that manually. Why doesn't the replace work? Let's skip this space here, right? And let's see what works now. Is it the, so it still looks totally the same. So line, will this not put it into there? So undoing, line equals, so this is what we did before. Do I have to do this? I guess I will have to, right? So now it's correct. So here I did line, just adding one character at the start and at the end. That should work. So now we have the what looks like the correct format for everything. And it even sees this as a link there, of course. Let's assume it's correct. So seriously, CLS, no, not there. Here, CLS F5. Oh. I'm printing it twice. So let's fix the output here. So we're printing headers here, and we're printing the type and headers here again. So that's why the output was so long. This is just here to have a comparison to see what the output should look like. And now we can compare to see that it looks correct. And then we will need the JSON one actually, because this is still a string with contents of this. It's not this. So this will still be a string. But it looks correct now, right? So we do have the host in there too. It doesn't matter. It can be there. It can be there. Looks good. It looks good. So first of all, let's delete whatever, because the only difference between these is that this is a dict and that is a string. So now we will use the JSON that loads headers, and we will now print this too. So let's print it afterwards, and let's add a few. I'll do it separately. Print so, and this is also print so. Couldn't load it. Expecting property name enclosing double quotes. Right, so I didn't read it up. Let's see what it wants. So it wants a string, bytes or byte array, comma. I think something else is off. Containing a JSON document into a Python object and a dict. There. And the dict is a default. Which is like very JSON-y. So it created an extra parenthesis. Of course it did. So if we do headers again here, and let's see. So to me this looks right. No, this is not fixed. So right. So first let's do a normal strip. And then we do this, because I'm thinking there's white space in there. That's probably why the comma is not removed at the end. Right, I need F5 again for it actually to run after it had a bug like that. Though this is still bad. So, so before we add these, let's actually, so here, print headers. So I'm going to exit here. Plus \n, and then we have a we're adding a character there to add like readability. Putting these around the string so we can see where it actually starts and ends easier. Or should we have like something that's not in the string? I'm sorry for that. So I did use a normal character, and I shouldn't have. So my Zoom character is currently a printable character, which is not a good idea. So now we should just have a easy. This character will start and stop with us. So yeah, so we have a white space at the end. So now we move the strip over it, right? This should strip the white space from the end and the start, including that, right? So we run it again. Now there should be no new line. There is still a new line there. So, and also this failed. If line is not nothing on there. So why is there a line at the end? Because I added a line at the end. Was that my bug? No, because we want it done on all the other lines, that's why. But this is not a problem. The problem is, let's remove the strip now and let's just add this one instead. So I'm thinking this one should work now. So there's still a comma at the end. Why? So if I'm stripping from the string all of the leading and ending commas, I've added that comma myself. So I could just delete the last character of the string, but it feels messy. I would prefer to be specific. Well, so let's not be specific then. So what I really want to do is to find the last line. But there's no way to do that because there might be empty lines at the end. So Python remove last character from string. So I'm just thinking, no, we don't want a regex. String -1, yeah. Yeah. So colon -1, of course. That's a specific Python thing. That's kind of nice. So instead of this, We're just requesing. We're taking everything but the lost character. So there we have the thing. So if we now move our print and exit down here, yeah. So now we should have added the new line and the parentheses, though it's still not necessary to have the new lines now. So we'll skip the new line there because it's still just one without new lines now. It might not be pretty to print, but it doesn't matter. Oh my. I edited the wrong place. This is where I want it to go. So now it should all be in one line, and I have these here just to see that it's actually just there, right? So we can remove those now, and we don't have any other output. So let's just load JSON. Now I think the format should be okay, right? Because we had this trailing comma that broke the JSON syntax. And now it's JSONified and it works. So we can stop exiting. And we have done what we wanted. So let's make a function of this little thing, right? We also don't need the output. So this is a nice function. So I'm thinking we have a function there actually. I was thinking we don't have any functions, but we do. So character to try. Yeah, so this we want this above here before as a part of like variables. Then we want the definition here of what should we call it? Burp header to dict. Right, and we need a colon, of course. Then we need to indent all the lines, one tab. There, so then it's done. We just need to call it to. Also, maybe headers from burp should be a input there. So, and we will make headers the return. Probably right. Instead here we do return. Oh, so instead of the lost equals, we do this. And we can also use this in here, making it one line shorter, and it's much prettier. We don't really need the headers equals nothing either, so nice tight function to convert from just pasting our burp in here. We can have how many new lines here we want now. It should work still. But we didn't test this, so let's run it again. Yeah, so here is where we're calling the function then. Check password complete. Yeah, so headers needs to be set to this. So let's so now this will know headers too. So, and this will know headers. And then we need to test run. We really need to get it more, you know, this is not working for everything. We need to make it more like a variable for the payload that's not in these. So I'm seeing password. And this time we're not going to do union select either. But we will need a username. So username, if it is a union select or if it is something else. So we're trying to make this like usable for several cases of passwords. So let's just make this generally. Testing. Passwords. Finding. So find password boolean, copy is the file name. Find password. Right, so I'm totally like, oh, what time is it? It's like almost. So yeah, I'm thinking I probably shouldn't go train today because I have to. Not that I have to do this because it's fun. No, but I think I will have to feel and decide. Do I think I'm up for it? So when I took that walk yesterday, I could feel my body afterward. I wasn't happy. And that was just a walk with a few bits of steps up some stones, whatever. So I think I was already like half decided not to do it. So let's remove the auth one. No, let's keep it there. I don't like it when they have a space, so let's fix that. Like this. So this is just pasted from Burp. This will be out of date, all of it now. But we need to do more stuff before it works. Because where we're actually going to inject stuff is in the cookie. I actually think that the right script to do this with might not have been this one. So this one it's a session, and it's also the cookie. So, cookies. Do we have cookies in ours? This one. So, header from burp. Remember to remove well, we'll just test it, right? If not, remove it. It's so stupid to have a comment saying headers from burp and then the variable name being header from burp. It's like, anyway, kind of nice, right? URL. Also the same. Or we can have this still there. And let's actually remove this comment again. And let's put this at the end here. And add these like this. This is prettier. There. We haven't tested this yet. So headers. So here are headers. Print headers. And let's add an exit there too. So it should look the same in case it didn't mess up. So local variable headers where it's not associated with a value. Yeah, so we needed that line that I deleted. So I was cleaning up too much. So let's just restart. That's nice. I like that it wants to set value before. So it looks good. And it worked. So, so far so good. So this bit of it is done. This is not done. This is needed 16, nothing else. Let's see how this one works, right? So this is a editor break. I didn't do that. When I save next time, I'll split it again. Check complete password. And this is equals, an equals test. only that our point where we need to insert stuff. Yeah, so let's look at the code again. Let's go back to stuff. So we have a boolean here that helps us keep track of if we found a character. It's going through all the characters. We set up the characters here. And we are setting, let's actually put these underneath the functions too. So we have only the burp bit there. Alright, this is so short, I'm like going to the end of it. So, characters to try in the password is more like a comment for a variable. So it might be, when I save it, it might hop it again. We'll see. No, it didn't. Alright. So, there. So, this is really not there, it's more here. Right, so before we start testing the password, we set it to nothing. Right? This is the characters to test, this is the headers, and they're from burp. To a dict that we can use in our request later here. If not found car. So it doesn't find any more characters that fits. But hopefully it will exit by getting a full password found. There. Check password complete. So I'm thinking here how to make this kid snuck in. Let's get Ben. Come on. So my kid was asking where the bathroom rug was. It was in the washing machine. So I kind of cleaned the bathroom or that room. So what I'm thinking is, this is a short function or a short loop. We're not using, you know, the main stuff or anything. Maybe I should like prettify this a bit more. But the most important bit is to, I mean, we could make this a command line tool. But then we would have to like have a text file in. So let's just make it easy to use and easy to change. And we can add the time-based stuff in here too, which is just checking the time. So it's a copy. Right, it's a copy we're working on. That's smoke. Is someone barbecuing maybe? It smells like it's that kind of fire-like. So I don't know what the name, the fluid you use when you have a hard time lighting it. It smells a bit like that. So, so it's 17. I kinda already made my decision, right? Yeah. So So, what would happen if you run this one? Right? I'm curious now if it is changed its off or something. So we moved the script. That's why it doesn't work. So it runs and it gets the password, right? So this will be the password for the next Natus, Natus 16. Meaning they have not changed their passwords. So if we want to continue, we'll need us later. Yeah. So this is how it works with the current one stuff, you know, it just adds characters. And the suggested route for us, let's get rid of the Python stuff and hop back here. The suggested way to do this is by substring. And what I am using here, hop to the copy that we updated. So here I'm using password equals, and for the full test of the password, and here it is like binary and test password. Okay, and %. So I'm like, do I want to do another test just to show this, or should we continue? So this check complete. I'm thinking of breaking out these tests, and maybe we should have functions for check password complete, and the version. So this check password complete is for so username payload is for params, right? So let's do param, and let's also update the code so it's still functional. This is for cookies. The one we're doing now is cookies. So I'm thinking that we have 2 cookies and we're just modifying one of them. I'm curious what will happen if we have 2 tracking IDs, if it will override it automatically. I'm kind of thinking that will happen. So when we load this, if our headers has cookies and then we put separately cookies, what will be the actual one that's sent, right? Because there can be cookies too, as I showed in here. So you have cookies, right? So let's just check the. Let's see here. So I just want to see if someone is here with me. I think it's like a lot less recently people watching actually, but maybe I'm more boring. So I'm learning stuff anyway. So I think that when I'm doing boxes it's more popular, right? So not making a tool, right? So this is a general function to convert a burp header to a dict. And this one is just for params, and yeah. So I'm like, this is that, and password, parents payload, then we send this here. So if we were to make the same for a cookies one, right, let's just copy this and let's make a new one, and then in case we were using something like this, we would just update this. I'm kind of thinking that we'd update this manually and, like, you know, update the payload. So like update to your payload, because if we were to automate it totally, it would be like a huge thing. And now this one is just double, but we want to make this for cookies. Also, this test need to be fixed here, right? So this needs to also be a function, I'm thinking. So it is the same thing. It is just it's wrapped again. So it's just wrapped, a bit annoying, but makes it less readable. We have the payload. We have the params, like here. It's the same. The difference of the payload here is here it's like binary because we need the case sensitivity. It wouldn't be if we don't do binary, capital N and lowercase n would be like the same. Yes, Gaban. So my kid's calling. I'll just go check again. Yeah, so you just need some help in the bathroom. There were too many soaps. Yeah, so payload here will not go to params. Instead we'll have cookies here. Well, let's actually depending on what you need to do, you know, you can modify. So this is nice. It grays these out since they're after the return, making it easy to see that this is not what's supposed to be there. So URL, headers, cookies, auth. Yes, I'm thinking about the auth. I removed it, you know, but I left this here. So I'm thinking of actually doing this instead. Let's this, right? So to remind that if you need auth, oh gosh, you can just do this. You can add the auth because we have the variable here. It's just commented out in case you need it. So right, so instead of params, we're like replacing these two lines here with these two lines. So let's keep some extra space. So instead of params, we have instead of params we have cookies, and response is so this one uses requests and this one uses session. So was it this one that uses session, right? So we don't have a session. So we'll have to change this to requests. There. And then we can just delete these. The params one. And I misspelled cookies again. Is it so hard to do? It's my fingers. I know how to spell it, just my fingers type that all the time. So, this is just... oh, look. Here we can dict it. This is a way to convert something to a dict too. Nice. That's for the other one. What this means. So the params one, the cookies one, and now we're going to use the cookies one. So what our payload is, it is tracking ID. Tracking ID is what it's called. And we might just do payload here, right? Right. But actually let's do a plus. And let's do whatever we get next time we do it, but currently we had right, so copy fail. I would like to get this from this, and we could do that. So instead of this, let's do headers, and I think it is square parentheses, is it? And right, it might be double then. Yeah, cookies. So maybe we need to also do we'll do tracking ID here. So this is not, of course, anything. I'm just guessing. Because we need this data from this dict that we already have. That's headers that is created here. So when we again print this, we'll see. It'll probably error for us now because I don't know what it's supposed to be like. So let's actually also do. Oh my. So, so far my syntax seems to have been right with cookies. And now this is also like this. But here it didn't complain. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, so it's probably a good idea not to go training, but still. I don't like NOS hurting or whatever hurting actually. So we'll probably error on these. Cookies is not defined. Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking we need to do this instead, right? Let's see. String is most integers, not strings. Okay. Yeah, so I know more about JSON than the dicts of Python. Let's get data Python dict using square braces or the get method. So get. I did click. Values keys. We're not doing a loop, we're just getting one. We don't want to get all. Yeah, so apparently the first one I clicked wasn't like quick. So print my dictionary song. Yeah, so this is what I tried now. Yeah, so it's cookie, and I just realized it's a capital C. So maybe I'm just. So why didn't it react to this? Since it's supposed to be like this, right? Because there's a cookies variable. So headers is a dict. And we just printed it. I don't remember the stop shortcut, Shift F5. So let's type this first. So type headers. So where's the type printed? Come on. Oh gosh, this is so annoying. The error is like stuck in there when you try and go down. So we are adding exit again here because we don't want it to do other stuff. And we're going to comment this line just to see the type. I didn't print the type. Why? So let's comment this line too. No output from type headers. I didn't print it. Oh my goodness. Well. So it's supposed to be dict, not string. So why is it a string? Oh, I didn't finish it. Okay, of course I have to finish it. That's annoying. So JSON dot loads. There. That explains it all. Since it wasn't a dict, of course it couldn't have any cookies part of it. And now we got an error message that's hopefully useful. Key error cookies. It didn't find the key cookies. Which is a logical thing. So why doesn't it have cookies? Let's uncomment. So Shift F5 to stop. Uncomment this one. Print it. And we get the same error, but now we have an output here. So cookies. Cookie. What simple errors I make today. I guess it's... That's annoying. I was just thinking cookies, right? Because this is cookies. The input value here is cookies. That's why I was doing cookies. But it's actually cookie. Right. So now, let's run it again. And now we get the value of cookies. I'm thinking that these are not actually anything but a string. So to get the value of this, we might have to split it up ourselves. But let's try it. Let's try this. Just, you never know. You never know what Python can do. Or rather what JSON, no Python, right? So this should error. Because there's no... This is string. And this is string index it must have. And now this error makes sense, right? Because it's correct. This is just a string. So what we need to do to get this one now is slow. It's not good. Yes. So so let's see here. So we're just getting we're splitting this. So not split. Let's do Python split. Split. So yeah, it is dot split. Right, so this is not what I want to do. I want to have a separator. That's what we want to do. So separator exists. Oh yeah, that's a page we tried to go to that didn't ever load. So this is a string, so it should have a split. And it just doesn't know it. Well, okay, so we want to split it on colon for now. And we want to take the... Is it 0 index? Let's see. So the split didn't work. Ah, it's semicolon, that's why. So, but it worked. The logic works. It's just that it was the wrong character. And then we want to split this one. So these things can be long, right? So now we want to split it on equals, and we want to get the second part. Oh, I was like, what did I do? And we want to take the second part, which is 1, right? So now we should get only the thing. So what I'm curious now is, so if we plus this with any character, of course I have to. I know. I was fixing it. And you came and aborted it. So, yeah. So there's no extra characters there. Nice. So, I was like thinking the space or something, but it's after the semicolon. So we could actually have this like a space here too if we wanted to have the second part of it, the session bit. So this is what we want for now. So we'll just put this here. There. Plus payload. So now we have the whatever we pasted up here. So we just paste this. We don't have to like change it out because we will have to get a new one, right? Because this URL is not correct. Also, let's do another shitty thingy, right? And let's get the URL from there. Nah, I think we'll need to change the URL too because it's more like this is. We need the login anyway, and it's specific to our case. So I don't want to make it more complicated. Should be easy to use is the first thing. So the payload here is totally bye-bye. Not actually. It's not actually. Instead, we need an and. So what I really want is this, right? So let's make this better. Let's switch those. Let's change this. And here too. There. That's better. And I don't know. Do we have two here? Yeah, I was thinking let's change this to let's undo. Or rather, we have it up there so I can see. Yeah, so it just added a character. It just added a character. That's what happened. If you see on the one up here, it just says 2. So it's a double thing. So if I type one of these now, one of these, it will probably add 2 if I'm in the wrong place. So though I kind of like pluses more, but that would be extra characters. Huh? So it's all choices. That was just a test, right? So so we don't want a union, we want and we can't get right. So it's time to start looking at the web page again. So they use substring, select password from users, and this is what they do. And we just want to do it all here now. So it would be select password from user where username is administrator still, right? So only then it would check this. I guess we'll do a parenthesis on this. And that's what they're doing too. They're adding a parenthesis and doing a around this. And then they're using that as a string. So we're using this as a string too. Only we're checking if it's the same as password, because this is a final test. If this is a full password, check password complete, right? Right, so this is the params one, and this is this one. So now I'm curious, we don't have a full password, but we could use we can test the like one that we're going to make now. So let's actually copy the payload here, the cookies, and this too, because we're going to make a new one. Let's actually copy the whole thing. So this one will be, instead of password, will be test password. So let's be obvious, right? And use test password here. It's not accessed. So we'll instead use test password here. No, it is used. And instead of this, we're going to do a like binary. Here. So let's put spaces too. We can do that for the equals ones too. Just to have it like nice, right? And then we do put the payload in just after our so is it easier to put this in a variable, temporary variable? Do you think this is a mess? I'm curious to see the full request after this is done, to see if this will replace only this cookie, because this is making a dict of this and putting it in cookies here, but cookies is already in headers, so will it replace the one in headers, or do we need to delete it? This won't work then, or will we have to add the other cookie in here too? Then we would have to take the number 1 bit of the split here. This is very easy to take number 1 bit of the split and add it afterwards. I'm just curious what will happen. I want to explore how it works. This is all depending on the internal workings of requests, right? So it's nothing we can like easily just see how it works without testing. We'd have to read all of that code, and I think that's a lot. Easier to test it. And I would have made it so that it would update. Not alright. So we could also, if we were to write to headers cookie instead, then we would have to put the whole thing there. But now we're using the specified slot for cookies here. So I'm like, this is a base header. Then we have updated cookies, right? I hope they've done it in a good way. So this is not check password, check test password, check test password. No, test password. Test password. That's crazy. So test password. Test possible password. Password part. Well, that's a long name. Test possible password part and cookies version of it. Sorry for making it such a horrible name. We could also make like camel keys thing. Well, I guess we'll continue the same way we are doing it, right? Select password from users. Like binary test password, and the test password itself. Yeah, I have not completed this, so it needs to be test password, and there needs to be a % here. But we didn't combine it with what we already have, so let's just look at this one. I think it's kind of like this. We just add the % there, right? Yeah. So, and then we set payload in the username, but now we have the cookies version, right? So we send it test password, and in response test. Yeah, so this is not what we want. Here we actually have welcome back. And there's actually exclamation mark too. That's what we have there, and this is also welcome back. Yeah, so right. So I was thinking we need true and false here, and this is true or false. So if welcome back exists in response text, then this is what to do. And since this is a global thing, because we haven't put this in a function or anything, now the response is here, right? So it's there. Because I was thinking that in this case we're using it somewhere else, but we're moving it. So we need also to make this now for the other case, meaning params, right? So let's make the params bit, and this is a test for that. And let's split them up like this instead, right, with some extra space. It will probably just show them together. So here's the param stuff, here's the cookie stuff, and here is the main bit. And this is our test of the cookie. So we know how to get this now. We know how to get this. We don't need that. We have converted now headers to the correct format. Well, let's keep the exit for now if we want to test something else. Well, we can remove it to have the nice coloring, right? So we get the actual colors. So here we're going to have a call for a function that will depend on the situation. So it will be this. In some cases, and this in some cases, and we can make this logic, but right now we're just doing it. Let's comment this for now, so we can see that we have params and cookies, and this one says params with a big P, with a lowercase. I don't know why I put that there. So, also the other function here. So, of course we could never have both there. So, yeah, I had cookies under. So let's change this one to cookies. So the rest of the logic is, the same. It's just these functions that change. So now this part here is what we're supposed to move into the params function. Actually, all of this. So I'm copying this, and then we're going to merge that into there, because the functions are what's if'd. So here, like binary test password, cookies. Yeah, so this is all the cookie stuff. So now we're replacing this with the actual stuff from there, and this line is already there. It's in the return. So first we set the payload, and this is the old payload. Like binary test password, it is updated. It is the same format, everything, and instead of we have username instead of the cookies line for the params, and this line is also there. So it is not a lot of work there to do this. Fix it. The only thing we need to know now is to actually add if here. So if and if here, and the test is in these. We also need a colon at the end, and then we delete this line. So to switch them, we just uncomment the other one. It's not automatic, it is not a lot of work, and we just update so our query is correct. Maybe it's not the administrator's password. We could have like the username up here in a variable, but we still would have to edit the query a bit, right? So I don't think it's worth it. We could have a user here, but we also have the URL and the header we need to update, right? So this is not a command line tool, this is a bit of manual work. So what we need to know now is to make sure that we did this correctly first. So select password from users where username is administrator. This should return. This parenthesis should be replaced with the password of administrator that we cannot see, and it will be compared to this password in the test here to see if the password is completed. Check password complete, cookies version. But this is what's done all the time. Test possible password part cookies with different letters until we find the right one. And this is still replaced with the administrator's password, but then we do a like binary test, meaning a case sensitive test. It's the same binary number representation of a letter, and our test password that we're currently testing, and %. And this, we're going through these characters, all ASCII letters and digits, and we might change this if there's like doesn't work, right? But ASCII letters and digits are part of string. Kinda nice to have them there, so you don't have to list all of them. So going back, this is the characters that we're going through, all the characters, and we're doing this while it's true. So for every loop, before we set the password to nothing, and then we go a true loop, while true, infinite loop, then we will have to break out of. Then we go set the found character to false. We do a loop for all characters, and we also resetting this one to false after stuff. So first thing we do is to add this character. Let's see here. If the first thing we do with this new character we have is to make a test password of our current password, which might be 0 or a lot of characters, and our new test character here, and then we test our boolean test here, And if it says that this is a correct character, it's part of the password, then we add it to the actual password that we're using here for testing the continued test. And we set that we did find a character. And we print the current password so we know that we're getting progress all the time. Then we check if the password is complete. Did we find all the characters already? And then we do instead of like binary, we do the equals test to see. It will only find it if it's exactly that. And no other characters there too. So that's the only change between these two. So we could actually split this more if we wanted to. And have this same function in the background. And just change the payload. Because this bit of it is the same, right? So we could split it more. Or like merge it more rather. But I think maybe this is easier because we also have the auths changing. Well, we would have that only in one place. But we would probably want to change this. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll optimize later. Anyway, if it found the character, it did this, printed it, and then it checked if it was a full one. It says full password found, and it says found character false. Well, that's not really necessary here. So this is because I copied this. Right, so we could really remove this line. Yeah, so it's for this, but we're breaking. It's for this, I guess. If we went through all the letters and... no, it's not. Oh well. Now I want to go up to see my output of when I run it, the working version. So let's see if it's still here. Here. So finished password brute forcing. It exits everything here at the finished password brute forcing. But it never said full password found. See? I'm curious if this was the version that had a number limit too. I don't think so. So what number was this? Because I upgraded it, you know, when I was doing stuff. I upgraded it. So this was the one I copied, and this is 15, so even 16 is newer. Yeah, so I set a limit here too, for length. So maybe there was something wrong with that test. We'll see. We'll just continue with this one and see if it works. Yes, love. Kid knocking again. Yes, gubben. Vad sa du? Du hör inte. Ska vi gå ut lite? Ska vi gå ut lite sen på promenaden? Looks nice outside. Ska vi gå ut lite? Sorry. So my kid wanted some more food, so I thought, well, it's so quick to make it, I'll just make it once, but I should really use my pause buttons. Let's test them. So if I were to go get food. Yeah, so what I'm missing, what I don't have here is the this one. Right? And, yeah. Wrong screen. Yeah, so I need to add those too, I guess. Or I just use those. You can just change the buttons. So this is a pause button. So we can just do, instead of stream pause, there's one called stream pause left screen. There. So if we run this,
welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
get this.
I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Because I don't want to I don't use the other one, right? So let's change these two. The left screen. Save. Just making sure. So I didn't click cancel by some stupid reason. And then stream pause. So these are in the overlay, so they're for both. Yeah, this is good enough for now. What I'm thinking is that I could just have a pause left and a pause, and these just change what's on there, right? I could have that too. But if I click my buttons now, pause, pause food, pause, just well, it's mostly this, right? And we got the stream song on while I'm doing it. So it's a bit too bad. When my antenna like died for Bluetooth, and I reconnected. After that, I haven't been able to use this one, so there's no mic here, right? And I don't think it's because of that. I think it's because something else is connected. Yeah, device not available. So if we just select the right thing. So, what I'm currently using for audio is speakers. Oh, it's disconnected. Well, it was gone. I recognize that it did. So I'm thinking the device should be available again here. So this is JLab Go Air. So if we go to audio again, it's still not here. But now we have headset, and is this the only one? Yeah, right. So let's apply this, and now you can see this is moving again. So it is fixed, though I still have this. So if I mute that, I can talk to you, but it's just muted. So this is disabled when I use this function, so I'll probably do that again. Now you have double audio. Right, so this way I can talk to you when I'm like getting food or something. We can talk. I can hear the TTS, and since I have this is where the mic is. So that's nice, but oh well. So I did start food for me in the microwave too while I was downstairs. Let's just move this over here again. So, by the way, while we're at it, let's disable the muted state one. So the only thing this one does is that it, if it's remote, it won't do anything. Or rather, if it's not remote, it will do things. So input mic, blue mic, it sets us to muted. Bool parse input muted to lower. So it's actually getting the input muted here. So if the thing that was muted was this mic, blue mic, my main mic here, then it says it's muted. What we really need to add here that is, if we want this active, we should have both. Since this kinda ended up being a coding stream, I realized this recently, that I could actually zoom this. That's so stupid of me not to see that earlier. Anyway, we can change this. So when something is set to muted, so the event here is input muted, and let's close this one. Input mute state changed, right? And it is for all the devices. Yeah, so I think I'll just enable it now. And what we could do later, if we want to, if we feel like we need this muted text, if I continue forgetting to unmute myself, that's kind of the thing, right? If I continue forgetting to mute myself, we will have to test for all the mics that we might be using, that if no one of them is active, then we put the muted up, right? So for now, let's disable it, which is not enable it in this one. The check mark disappears. So that's StreamerBot. So, it was time for a test run. And to be able to test run it, we need to go here. We need to restart this task here and see if our script can fix it for us, right? We want it to fix it. So we have to click this again. Let's close the old one, and this is a cheat sheet. We can close the cheat sheet too. And let's go our stream that I want to rewatch. Or let's see the start off. I only saw the end of it. I haven't had time yet. Now we have the new link here. So to get it into Burp, we're moving it to Firefox over here. And we're going to click also the login screen here, I guess. Because I think this is what we use, right? But not really necessary, right? It could be any of the pages, I think. We'll have to test it. So we are not using the login stuff, so we can just go and get the latest one here. So here we got the new tracking cookie. This is really what we were after, right? We also need this. Yeah, let's go for this one. We need this. We don't need to get the full thing again. We just need to update the script with a new actual URL because it's dying. It dies after a bit of time. So we need to change this to this. This to this. I guess we'll do this one too, so it is updated. And then we're going to take the cookie too. Right? And this is why. So I'm taking the full cookie line and pasting it here, there. And this will JSONify it for us, make it a dict. We just paste whatever we want here. And it would make it to this format here for us. And then we have the params bit. We're not using that now, we're using the cookies bit. And this here, headers, this will get the current one, the current tracking ID here from this, so we don't have to do it manually every time. Another thing, so that's kind of it. We don't need to update anything else here. We just pasted this really and the URL too, because we have the login part here. So we could have had like got this from the hosts one really and just added login to it, but that would have been not something we would do next time maybe. But next time maybe we would have a different directory there. So we really could probably just do the host one as the URL, whatever. So if we run this now, let's see where it ends up. So it is the test possible password part cookies. So let's see here, what's the error message? Yeah, so this is interesting because we set the cookies successfully. Invalid URL. So
welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Come and collect it. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll grow, see my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight from the Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, explore.
How long was I muted? Was I muted for much time?
Feel the excitement as we dive into
Let's test this.
discoveries await in this digital.
Yeah, let's test the pulse.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge
Yeah. So maybe I should do that test.
reigns supreme. Calm and collected.
The problem is I can't hear the music.
Go live, you know what I mean.
Something's
Got
wrong.
high expectations, gonna teach you something new.
Oh,
Learning,
I'll be back.
exploring. There's so
Actually,
much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, of knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring.
so kid wanted me to. Oh,
We can do, feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands.
so sometimes my share rolls onto the curtains. Yeah, so I think I know a bit what's wrong. I can't hear anything, but just a bit I heard it, and then it went away again. So I'm switching ears. So we'll see if I can hear it now. Let's click pause again.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm
I
and
can't hear anything.
collected, I'm about to.
So this is odd. And I really hope I wasn't muted for that long. So monitor is off. But it's supposed to go to desktop audio, and that's my normal audio. I always hear it. Let's go to the pause.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns
Let's check
supreme.
here.
Calm and collected, I'm
So
about
yeah,
to
it's
go
monitor
live,
output
you know
for the
what I
intro
mean.
song.
Got
I should
high
hear it.
expectations, gonna teach you something
So if you turn this off. Yeah, so now you have echo. So it's just those without buggy. So, monitor outputs here. Why doesn't why don't I hear any of those? Whatever, let's continue. I'm not muted now anyway. So the thing with fixing the muted sign, maybe it's good to have it up because it's like a big red text. I can see it in the corner of my eye if I have OBS up, which I always do. So I don't want to dig into that now. I want to do this. So this finished, though it doesn't work. So we'll have to just find out why. First of all, let's. I want to see what the actual query was here when we have a response. So response that I'm kind of sure we can see like the request here. Headers. Right, so let's see, is this, no, good, let's print this, and let's F5 it, and this will get a lot of output, right, so, right, we didn't even run it. Tracking and select password from users with administrator like binary A, B, C, D, and the session encoding. So this is all we get with the headers, right? So it is time to test this query on this one. First of all, it might have timed out again. We need to know this, because otherwise nothing would work, right? So if I F5 this, it's still there, and this is what we're using. I'm just assuming it is. And let's go here and send this one to repeater, because I just stole a cookie and didn't do anything else from it. And send it. And we get a welcome back there. Welcome back. Right. And now let's manually do stuff to this. And let's test. Yeah, so one thing that I see in the output here is that we have these here. This is bad in some way. We're supposed to have those, right? Also, we're commenting here. So this might also be the problem, because we're not supposed to comment there. This is not what we're supposed to do. So, first of all, let's go to the cookies ones and let's delete this bit here. There. There. So we had the wrong characters at the end. Though it might have worked. It might have worked, but it didn't seem to work, right? So let's again remove the printing off. Well, the payload could be kind of nice to see, right? But we don't need to see. Let's see, cookies. Well, let's not print cookies. And response headers didn't say anything, but we might find something else that's useful to print. So, I think it's like done. Just making sure it didn't suddenly work, right? So now we should have less mega crazy amounts of output. And I'm going to scroll up, pausing it. And we're going to copy this. And go to this side and paste this here. Alright. I pasted it in the wrong screen. So let's paste this here and remove the A. So yeah, we got an internal server error. So apparently we need to test stuff. Right, so this didn't work. So let's go back to and 1 equals 1. So no, not a single character correct there. So did it forget that it's supposed to scroll? It forgot. How did it forget? That's an odd thing to happen. So we have the welcome back, and we have the fail, right? So something here that's supposed to end like this, or rather in something. So let's do this the percent then. And let's do their thing. So I tested my own thing there. So, and let's do substring instead. Alright, they had like this, right. Oh well, let's send this. I don't think this is pretty. Yeah. So this works, right? So if we were to do it manually, A, B, and by now we're tired of this and we're sending it to intruder. And we're doing the letter is a simple test. And we could load stuff. There's a simple list. This is a simple list. No, letters, characters, character, not number. No. So I want it to substitute the thing, just going to go through characters. Not a block states. This is annoying. Why? Custom iterator? I just want letters. Let's say it's a number. It's from A. It didn't say what base it is. From A to Z. Let's see what it says. Can it do this? No, I don't think it will work. Yeah, it's finished. My god, scripts are so much easier. Why do I have to do this? Simplest is the only thing I found. Runtime file, custom iterator, character substitution, case modification, recursive graph. I just want a simple list of letters, characters. What's a frobber? What's a brute forcer? Oh? 1. Max length 1. So we can add stuff here. Yeah, there's no W. So will this work? Oh, caps. Copying that. And we want it to hop. If it finds it somewhere, but all the answers are the same, so we would like length to be something else. But it's doing the payloads. So I did sort on length, but I think it like hopped away again. One direction, other direction. Let's just sort it on requests instead, right? And I can see. Well, let's upside down sort it. Yeah, I can see number 9 has been sent. That means we got the same reply for all of them. This is their example. That maybe I didn't modify it enough. What's this? I've never really looked here. Here we can see what it does. So, and substring, select password from users where username administrator 11 equals, and then it does just the 1, not, and the character, which is replaced. So let's look at one of the requests, where it is replaced with a capital V here. So this looks like it's their example as it's supposed to be, right? And going quickly through these with my eyes on the highlights number, though it should be different length, right? So what characters are allowed in here? that's kind of my next questions. So, this doesn't seem to work. So, we tested the brute forcer, payload, and the test all the layers things. So what if we were to add this in here? This wouldn't work. We would get, though it's kind of fun to test, right? So who would have space in their password? But there could be other characters, so let's put them all there. We will at least get different replies, right? I guess we would URL encode those. Yes, you're slow, we know. That's why we don't want to use it. And also because it's a mess to find the replies. And that's slow. To mess about with it, adding a character. Yeah, so so the fun stuff happens when we get to the end. So I'm letting it go up instead. I don't want to scroll. 3266. I'm like, is nothing happening? It's just slow. So I'm like, am I still online? Let's check. Right, so the reason I'm thinking that is because no one is talking to me. There seem to be 5 people watching at least, so you're allowed to talk to me. I love to talk to you. Let's see here. Yeah, let's actually pop up my OBS again so I can see. So let's just scroll down here and see that we didn't get any different replies. So sorting this direction, sorting this. I'm like, what? So all of these get the same reply? Because it's URL encoded. So maybe I need to URL encode more of it. So the wind started. I just realized I need to go and check on that food.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
I know there's something. Let's see, where's my other?
You know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. So much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow.
Yeah, so listen to the music while it was gone. So I microwaved one of these microwave dinners today. So it's two kinds of meat, two kinds of sauce. It has like peas and, well, haricot vert, I guess. I don't know what you call them in English. These beans. I'm a bit allergic to them, but they're kind of okay. So, and potato balls. So, it's 19, it popped up to hack me. Yeah, so we're doing exactly this, right? So, if it doesn't work just this in burp, I'm not surprised it doesn't work in my script. Yeah, so we don't know what database we have. So it might be such a thing. Though, shouldn't we get another error? But we might not get any feedback, right? So, no different lengths. This, I mean, it works to sort it. So this doesn't happen any change, no change there because it's like the same. So let's discard this one too. So I just put my hubby's food in now. He was just opening the door, so guess I could have done it a bit ago. So let's assume that we're on one of the systems that it's not called substrate. I'll start the attack again. Let's see. Also, we could test this with the basic one. So let's see here. Let's do like %, right? We get an internal server error. So what if we do subster? We get an internal server error. And if we do equals we do get this. Okay. So, and what if we do substring now? Did you notice? It's the same. So and if we temporarily remove this bit and we run it, we got the welcome back, so it's still there. We just haven't managed to get it to be an actual true. So, will this work? So, how do you know not equals in different SQLs? Since we don't get any error messages either, we have to let's go to Tiberius's page that we learned about yesterday. Yeah, and I'm glad that he likes SQL, because that's the normal way for me as a Swede, because we say SQL in Swedish. So I was like, sequel? Trying to learn to say that, and then I don't have to anymore. That's nice. So I'm just scrolling for operators. Does he have operators? Are they all the same in all of them? That's kind of basic thing, right? Costs. So let's just search for common stuff. SQL operators. Sheet. So yes, I was trying to do like here, and it 500 sons. Now I'm trying to do not equals. Let's just try this way. Oh, I failed clicking. Right, let's try this. No. I mean, one of equals and not equals should be the right thing to do. But it might also be this. So this is their thing. Yeah, so now I'm kind of curious. Here. Just getting some food. So just realized it's Thursday. I have to see if there's a Garvent. And if it's a Try Hack Me box, we could start. Hmm. Hmm. 22nd, 23rd, 29th. Yeah. So, oh my god, they were speaking a lot here. So I don't want to show a Discord on stream, sorry. I don't think there's an event today because there's no event in the event chat. No event today, sadly. Got to get this documentation off before the end of the day. Oh, might move it to tomorrow. Oh, but that's Friday evening for me. Friday night. Time zones. Okay, so yeah, I guess. I know then. So no event today, meaning I can just lazy this on, but I don't have a solution. I'm kind of thinking that this lab, let's Google what people have done. Actually, let's read the lab text first. So this lab contains a blind SQL injection vulnerability. The application uses a tracking cookie for analysis and performs a SQL query containing the value of the submitted cookie. The results of the SQL query are not returned and no error messages are displayed. But the application includes a welcome back message in the page if the query returns any rows. Yeah. The database contains a different table called users, with columns called username and password. Yeah. So select password from users. Oh. Right. So I see that their example is actually using uppercase first letters. So if this is it, then we're kind of close, right? Let's just lowercase it. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, there's a big problem. Also, I'm using Subster. Observe this, that they said that some systems are using this instead of substring. So let's do substring now. It works too. So both works. So if we do equals here now, just to confirm, yes. So this works, and now we have to test this way. Is it smart enough? Yes, it is. So we have a tiny change to make to our script. That's a tiny change. Let's see, because if we were trying to use the wrong, like the count is not, it doesn't exist, right? And we're in the cookie ones, yeah. So A you. Actually, this should be like also. So that could be it sometimes. The case of the first letter. Apparently it would make a difference. So let's delete the output. Not that I don't like having output. It's just that as we saw, it didn't say much, right? So we want also to remove the print test password, or rather we could keep this one. Let's just F5 it now. We'll see what happens. So we can see the letters and that bit of the debug output, that is the payload here printed. We wouldn't need both though. So it's kind of nice to see a lot of output, but also yeah. So I'm curious to see if this test will work, because we're doing a totally different test than they do. Yeah, so it just stopped. So now let's run the burp intruder one. So we can modify this one too, right? It's just a few letters. So lowercase p, lowercase u, lowercase u, lowercase a, and let's see what payloads we had. Let's start the attack now. And this is interesting. Let's see. Oh, I see a different one. Welcome back. We have our first letter and we have a successful test. Good. But it scrolled away from it. Anyway, it is. Let's see here. P. So let's go to our P here. Let's test the test that we had success with, and save our not working one, right? So cookie payload string equals, and actually not this bit. That's the whole reason for this, right? There. So we end it. I was going to delete it and do that, but then I thought, well, why mess with stuff? So this is cookie payload string 1, and then we have another cookie payload string that we are taking from here, which is there. I'm going to paste it here, there. Oh yeah. So what happened? Right. So it was another copy fail. I have had so many copy fails now, so that I'm a bit annoyed at hopping between the VM and the machine. Now we got the thing. I was like, there was the right ones already. Why did this happen? Because I had double there, so that's why. So, and we'll of course change this one to 2 and copy this and replace this thing. Actually, let's just do that bit and add it here, plus there. So now we're flexible and we use both.
Fixit42 bot says new follower Themysolotosa. Less than 3.
Welcome in. So let's plus this and let's delete this bit. And then we have the like there. So equals and like %. So this is just a test to see if we've completed the full one. Actually, it should be underneath, right? First we do the normal, then we do the test for the full one. And here's where we print the payload, which is kind of not necessary, right? So it was just debugging stuff. So there will always be a bit of a delay. So I'm kind of assuming, double checking we don't have any capitalized letters where they're supposed to be lowercase. So right, we could test going back to this too, because that's probably not the problem. We can test that later. So I don't remember if I fixed everything. We'll see. So it's supposed to be P, right? So we're not supposed to be waiting forever. PQRST, right? I need to get some food before it's getting cold here. So this is nice to have a test that we know what's supposed to be right. Let's actually print them just to see that I didn't like mess something up. Substring select password from users where username equals administrator. 11 equals. Oh, right. This one is a positional one, so we have to change this. So of course it won't work. And it's also an equals, not like. So we'll need to. Let's do 1 here. So it's obvious, right? Different types of payloads. This one is not a like, it's an equals because it is a substring. So we only have 1 character to compare with, so of course it will fail always. So 1 character is not like 2 characters. So there. it was good to print it out because it's always nice to see what you're doing, so you know when you're doing something stupid. Yeah, so there's a bug though. Still, we get the first letter. We can't use this payload string here with a substring. Let's do 1 here, right? And let's run it again. Such an easy change to make, right? When you put it in a way that you can easily change stuff. Yes, gubben. Din mat i ugnen. Oh. That's bad. Didn't it already test this? So I don't think the test finished. So while we're making it, oh god. Do you see what I see? We're still testing the first letter. So because we changed this, we can't keep testing the first letter. That's like stupid. Very stupid. So of course we need to change this. This is a bit annoying though. So we need a counter. Letter counter now. We can't have a eternal loop, or we can. We need a counter anyway, so let's do a char counter or pus counter. What do you think? Position or character? It's not the characters themselves. It's the password pus. Password pus. Password. Yeah, it's kind of fun that it finds these. Password POS. So these match. So nice. I like code. It's nice. Password. I've been doing long names. Well, that's good enough. And it is 1. We are starting at 1, then we're going to increase it when we get to the second one, right? And this will also have a variable in here. So I guess that's the second one here. So this is interesting. Will it evaluate when it passes the first thing, give us the value, and then it will never change? That's what I'm assuming. So we would have to have this variable in here to update every time it runs, a local variable instead, which is not a problem since it's not used in this and will never be. Just still. So I have in my paste here the variable name, right? So the variable name will be inserted. I think it's this one. So, oh gosh. That's so annoying. So password position doesn't exist. We know. And we're going to put this in here instead. And we need to tab it. No place where position exists. Magic. So we'll have to make this prettier later. Just make it work first. So if we get bad positions now, we will notice. Because it will never end. It will never end. So we could also here, since we have the P, we could cheat by putting a P in here and position to 2. And not have to redo it. So if it was a serious, but now we want to test the script and see that everything really works, right? So let's just double check that I didn't do anything. Yeah, I didn't finish it. So, right, I did. Because I don't need to change it here, that I was thinking first. It's changing here instead. Also meaning we should probably put this back here to make it more logical. But I still want to see if we can't get this working too. I haven't given up on it. So, right. Where did I mess up? So, yeah, it's this format. It's an int, right? We need to convert it. So let's just do that. So every time I do this, I forget. Yeah, we can't. Can we do it to 2? No. I think it's like string. Or just, oh gosh. Yeah, so if you spell string wrong, then nothing works, right? str. There. So I think this is how we convert it. Str create a new string object from the given object, yeah. So we just put this. I was assuming that it would pop up, like I wrote srt instead str. Well, we'll see. So, there. So, after it goes to P, it will hop to the next letter, and then it should be 2 this time. 2 this time around. We're still doing position 1, which is wrong. Oh gosh, I can't even do pluses today. Yeah, I was testing here. I think it's plus equals 1, right? And I can't do plus either. I keep pressing shift. So, control shift F5 to restart. So now let's see. So how many tries is that? Though I guess I've been streaming for a few hours now, right? 5.5. Maybe it's okay to be a bit unfocused sometimes. Two. No, it's doing both letters. Oh, it's not supposed to do both letters. This is bad. Abort. So, for this one, we need the test letter instead of a test password. So, we do have the char here too. So we're actually going to do char for this one instead. There. So we don't want to test with both. We can still print test password. as output here to ourselves. But we don't want to test with that because it's 2 letters. It will never be 1 letter. Nice with debug output when you make bad things. Got another letter there. Let's see what the third one is. Then we'll remove the debug output and see what it looks like. But I want to see that it ends correctly too first, I think. So it starts with uppercase, this list. That's why it's taking time, and it's all lowercase. Six. Current password, Puku5D. So this is what we want. Automated things that do it nicely. And then we'll update to add time-based to this one too, because we have the time-based I used before here. The one I used for Natus, which is modifying this one a bit. The old one of the version of this. Well, this is much easier than having to deal with burp. But burp is good to get started, right? Oh, this food is good. It's good. This is the only one of the finished meal ones I eat.
Dev Sutar says hello again.
So we're making an automated script that gets the password. And for quite some time I had the problem that these were capitalized in the example and not in the actual thing. And it says so in the task. So, but now it's working. We'll see if we can get the other query working too. This one. So I'm like, why shouldn't this work? Maybe there was some detail I'd missed. So if we were to do cookie payload string 1 plus like binary. So we'll have to try and run that here now with the correct names. I don't think we... I'm not pleased with having one working solution. I want all of the possibilities and test them and make them automated for next time, right? So the first thing we did here today was to convert a simple burp paste here to a dict using JSON loads and a lot of manual conversion from the burp format. I don't think they'll change this, so I'm just replacing this with
Alamcom says BS viewers on
message
bospo.org/z6mn.
removed.
Fixit42 bot says message removed.
So it's read before, that's why I have the message removed still there, because it's kinda annoying, right? So, was it also printed on stream? Anyway, no one can click it by mistake. Yeah, so it didn't have time to get printed. On screen at least. Or maybe it's deleted there too. Because that's HTML, right? For line.
Dev Sutar says, are you doing brute force?
Yeah. So we're getting a password here from it's called blind, but I think it's not blind when you can see the result. So if it's correct, it will return a welcome in. So I don't call it blind. It's Boolean. We can't get nice output, but we can get Boolean output. So current password, full password found. It did the test where it did the query, actually using our query number 1 here. So the test it uses, let's see, test possible password part, and then we have check password complete cookies version then. And here it uses the payload string 1, which is select password from users where username equals administrator, and says it asks check it for equals password, meaning this works, right? It works for this. So then I don't see why it shouldn't work as the test on the way there, because now we have to change and send a char here instead.
Dev Sutar says, great, we found password.
Yeah, we found the password, but that's not what I'm going for, you know. I always want to build the best ways of doing it, right? Test password equals. Well, that's all we want now. I just want let's actually test this. Actually, we should probably write this down, right? The password. And we should probably put it in here and get this like this fixed. We're supposed to log in as admin Schrader and the password here. So this one is solved. But we want to continue making the script better, and we want to see why didn't my previous one work. So the end test for the full password found did work, meaning we should be able to use the same technique here, but with like. We should. So let's see here. This is the test here. Check password complete cookies password. It adds the last character here to the password. Here it uses a test password, which is the test letter plus the password that we know is correct. But I had to change it to use only the character, the last character. So let's change it back and see if it works this way too. We have one working solution. Let's make another one. So test possible part cookies. Here it is. And I had to put it in here because I'm adding a counter of the password position to, since it's a substring, you know, so it's much extra work when you do it this way to use the string 1. So let's actually move this one because it's connected to this one, right? So if we were to comment both of these and instead use this one, so like binary and test password %. So let's see now. % makes the test. It is possible to do just only % and it should work, right? So first of all, let's go to burp and let's do this test. Test it and check it with the full one. And we even have the output of it here, right? Well, we don't, because we're not printing that. Let's actually change that. We're not going to rerun it, but since we're having debug output right now, I'm just adding print the payload here too. Right, but we can just put it together ourselves. So let's go to burp. These intruder tests, we can just discard these. Another one. So no, let's see. Burp, and then we have intruder. There it is. Yeah. So if we go back to repeater, this is a functioning test. I tested to have both these work, right? And this is a substring one. Also substring and substr both worked. But now we're going to replace this with the other test. So I'm keeping the M there, but I'm going to replace it with what I have in my. So is it still there? No. The password. Full password found. Let's copy this. We have this confirmed as we could log in as administrator. So this is the full password. So let's copy the query to, and it is there, copy. And I'm checking that the only thing between these is an equals. Alright. Or I wrote stuff in the script because I was in the wrong place again. There, and let's override it all with this. So, and select password from user where administrator is this. So this is a administrator password. And if we send this now, we should get the welcome back, confirming that this query works, right? So if we were to do like here and just leave it as it is, if we send this, we also get the correct one. If we add a % character here and remove the 0 at the end, we should get it true, but we don't. So let's encode the % character, right? URL encode key characters. So it will be encoded as %25, of course. So if we run this now, we are okay. So maybe this is the reason why it didn't work, because we need to URL encode it. Though this has worked on all other pages when I tested this, you know, on the Natives it worked. So we need to add %25 here. Just the 25. Which is kind of logical that you don't have percent characters when you have URL encoding possibilities, right? Because they will like try and decode whatever is there. Is this the simple solution? Let's think 2 extra steps before I just do this. First, let's do binary. I just want to see that it doesn't die again. Oh, why did I caps that? I don't like when it's capital letters. Binary, they're much cuter. Lowercase is cute. So now we have a fail, right? So we don't have a welcome back. So we're undoing the changes because we have to test that it still works the same. So more undoing to do. Welcome back. So exact password with like works. I'm close to getting the database type here. I mean, I might try and get that using the other method. So why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it? Let's add binary here, right? Binary. I was actually testing the binary. I know that. Thank you. I can't see the text.
Fixit42bot says
VR,
thanks so much for the sub
VR.
VR_mechatronics. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
Thank you. You're usually here, lad, but this is the first sub, right? I can't see the chat like that. Maybe I'll have it up somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, thank you very much.
VR_mechatronics says September minus 30%.
Ah, it's September. Right. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'm losing all my brain variables here. So this was not successful. If we remove binary and not remove whatever else I
VR underscore mechatronics says I don't understand much of the code right, but I'm improving my English smile. VR underscore mechatronics says, mute. VR underscore mechatronics says
What
XD.
happened? How long was I muted for? Oh, with the food? You heard me before, right? Yeah, this is a problem. Did I mute myself right now? So.
VR underscore mechatronics says yes before call.
Before call, but that was an hour ago, like, you know. How long ago? How long was I muted? Okay, we're enabling this message. So when I mute my right. Oh my god. So I've been mute all the time. So this is a big problem. Let's I guess we can debug this, but I don't want to lose the where I'm at and the other stuff. This is just so input name blue like so bool parse input muted to lower. Yeah, right, I remember that. I like missed a message here. What did it say? Okay. So, my god. Too bad no one told me I'm muted. Everybody's just lurking, I guess. I did not intentionally mute myself there. So, the annoying thing is that it will be muted on the recording from Twitch. I don't record myself either. If we're remote, if we're not remote, it's not. And if the input name was blue mic that was muted, this is what I'm thinking of changing here. I'll have to think about what I want to do, really. So I want to check really other sources. So let's see what is here quickly. CPH dot. I know that OBS will give us a list that is possibly long. We can also scroll this list. So what I want to get now is to get the mute state for stuff. For all the different mics, audio inputs. Get So OBS, yes, it is the OBS thing. That's actually right. Media, replay, send, set. We want to actually get stuff. So here's the set source mute state. What we want to do is to get the source mute state. Maybe we should Google instead. Yeah, let's OBS set source mute state. So hide source is source visible. Set colors, set. Now we can see the list here. Source mute toggle. String, scene, source, and connection. So this is probably how we get it. CPH example. This is so not useful, but whatever. Let's try this. So we don't even know if it gets our sets, right? So the scene is actually nothing, because mics don't have one. And the source I want to check is mic aux. Mic aux 2. And we actually want to do an F here too. So F oh gosh. If this is, I guess we want to get the result of what it is first. So cph dot send message. All right, there. So let's see what it does. So first of all, we need to get this tinier. I didn't plan to do this kind of thing. Now let's compile. I missed something. Right, can't convert from byte to string. So we just two-string this. There. And it's added an extra one. And I Control S. Yeah. Right. So we changed it from F, then we need the semicolon again. Cannot be applied to operand of type void. What? 12. So this is type void. So if it doesn't return anything, Yeah, so this mutes it. It doesn't return anything. That's annoying. So we wanted to know what it does. No, I think we know. There's a source unmute here too. So this mutes it. It doesn't give us any feedback. How do we get the status of it? Set mute state. And here we can set it to both. But what if we want to get the mute state? We'll have to do raw streamer.bat raw generator, search for mute, get input mute. So here we have an actual get. This is connected to mine, so we can get the value of this one. Is it muted? Send request. It is true, it is muted. This is what we want. Copy CPH. So let's bye that bit really, but here. So this is what we want. Oh, that's nice. So what do we do with that rule? So we want to send a message of this dot. Why did I remove the toString? I definitely didn't capitalize it or even do the right letter. I missed the S. That's what I did. So, and now we should have a functioning thing. So if I now mute my audio, we will see what happens.
Fixit42bot says, input muted, true. Fixit42bot says, input muted, true.
Right. So if I unmute this and I...
Fixit42bot says, input muted, false. Fixit42bot says,
Right,
input
that's
muted,
nice.
false.
Though this one is not active because I have the wrong thing in there. If I get this one again. Alright. So this is a test. Yeah, so now we have a signal here. So I should be double audio. Let's get rid of this one. So I had problems with the connection of this one. I couldn't hear anything.
Dr. Origenes says lolsteamer.bot let you develop your bot features in C#. Fixit42bot says, input muted, false.
So why can't I hear the
Fixit42bot says, input muted, false.
I don't get it. Is it like muted? It's on 100%. 100% volume. Alright, I got it. Now it should work. So now I have on headset mode. So let's test again.
Fixit42bot says, input muted, false.
Yes, it works. So you can hear me still, right? Now I'm using this as mic.
VR_mechatronics says, but it's interesting that noise cancellation stopped working. Maybe the gaming mode changed to music.
Noise cancellation. Well, this thing has noise cancellation. My normal mic doesn't. And it's also
Fixit42bot says, input muted, false.
So I'm going to mute it now. Yeah. So that's bad. It's not supposed to show us muted now. Well, let's...
Fixit42bot says, input muted, true. Fixit42bot says, input muted, true. VR_mechatronics says there are usually two modes, gaming and music.
Oh yeah, so you mean that this thing's audio filtering is not working when it's in headset mode. It's called headset and headphones on this one. That's usually... So the music quality is of course better in headphones, or it's using music mode. Right, so it's the same thing. So we just need to change the code. Now we have a working test, right? We have a working test. Let's just let's get this one a bit bigger. And let's zoom into the code here so you can see too. So we have this test. We just skipped the 2 string bits. So we have also skipped this bit and the send message. We don't want to get messages all the time, right? This works, meaning we can do the same to...
VR_mechatronics says the headphones have 2 built-in modes in addition to the Windows ones.
Yeah. Let's see here. So, input name. So I'm curious about that character at the end. Let's just hop over here and let's do my blue mic, which is the other mic that I'm actually using. And this should give us that it's not muted. This is my main mic, right? So let's copy CPH for this one, and let's just paste the whole thing here. There, just remove this, because we're going to put these in a F instead of input name here, which is not really relevant anymore. That's the old code. We're going to make a new F here. So this is also only relevant if it's if we're remote, you know, we're always muted, all the mics here. So we don't want to have a big sign up when we're not actually at this computer. That's why we have this F here. And this sets our visibility right. Yeah, so I will do if both are muted or both are unmuted. That's the only interesting ones. That's the only interesting ones, and they will return a true and false value. So if we do a F here, and let's do that, and actually let's not do that. Let's if one mic or the other mic, meaning they are both true. Let's do and instead. If this mic and that mic is both true, meaning they're both on, no, in this case we want an or because this is a positive one. It's both if both are muted, that's when we want the other one. So let's actually, I'm thinking, should I keep this one? Let's actually keep it here as a comment. These two are the old version of this, right? So now we're making a better one. So we're not going to change this. We're not going to bool parse this, but we're going to say give it a boolean value. So the text, if both are on, or either of them are on, one or the other, or both, or whatever, you know, then we want it to be off, meaning false. right? And let's put this totally separately. Or we could just, we don't want to toggle it for nothing, right? So we want the sign to be true. If both are muted, right? So I think this one's lowercase true. Why did I put a big F? It's a bit of a mess when it writes its variables in Streamerbot as with capital letters, so it's messing my brain up. So if this is false or this is false, no, this is an and one. So if that one is false and that one is false, so I'm totally messing things up here. So I'm not asking if it's false, it's true. If not this and not this, that's better. If either of them, if it's not this and not this, meaning no mic is on, then we want the mute to work, right? So let's just see, we have semicolons. If gonna be string, so there's string, then we need the bool parse anyway. Okay, and we also need the to lower probably. So this is the problem, that it gives us boolean values as string. So bool parse. So I'm not far from making this variables. Let's do it. We want two bool parses. We want them to be let's just copy the whole darn thing here. So this is the old thing we had, and now we instead have this. So instead of input method to lower, we have this to lower, and then we have this one. And of course a bool, and this is mic2 equals, and let's put this one on top because it's mic1. Bool mic1 equals there. So these should now be bools so that we can play with, and now this will be much more easily readable, right? And also let's have mic1 before mic2 because it's ugly otherwise. So if mic1 or mic2 is true, we shouldn't have a mute sign there. So if mic1 is off and mic2 is off, then we should have a mute sign, right? So let's actually test it now. I'm almost clicking Ctrl S again. So let's see. I forgot the semicolons. So you can't read. I can't see the numbers. So 14 is this line. Parentheses. I missed a parenthesis, I think. Oh, we have 2 here. And then we have... so this... So if I'm here... if we delete these... Those are connected, then we have these. So that's correct. So let's compile again. Embedded statement cannot be a declaration or label statement. So where on 14.2? So where could this possibly be? All right, okay. So we move these up here, there, there. And there's also another problem that is not visible, and that is that we have 2 lines that are, this would be a logic error, and that's why it wouldn't have scope there. And that's probably why we had the problem with the declaration too. But it's okay like this, it's nicer even. So, alright, so its default is to have this on a new line. I guess we'll do that. So before we only had 1 if inside this, now we have 2 lines, and we had 4, and that's why where things were not in scope. So now it should be okay, and let's just test if I know. No. So the logic is still not working. Let's see. So, I'm kind of thinking it's better to have them. First of all, let's output the values. So let's do a cph.send message, and it's supposed to say like mic1 plus mic1. Let's do mic1 dot to string plus, and it adds that. That's the problem we got before, and there's no mic, of course. It's a 1 here now, and then we have 2. And we need the end too. So why is there a parenthesis here? Because it added it automatically again. And of course it copied that. I have to always look all the time for it to add extra characters. And it's not doing it logically like code or something, it's just ugly. Both mics were muted. So this code compiles. We didn't get any messages. So, Mike. So first we add a message up here, which is like an odd thing to do, but sometimes it bugs here. And hopping from Python to C#. Again, this is activated when anything is muted and unmuted, so we're unmuting there.
Fixit42 bot says here.
So it says here, but it doesn't.
Fixit42 bot
right?
says here.
So something might fail in the code, even though it's thinking it's okay. It compiles. So the next thing to do is to hop an extra step down in the code and put a message here. And let's compile it. Save and compile. Unmute this
Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says here.
So it gets to this place in the code. So now if we cut it from here and move it these 2 lines down, and we compile, and we save and compile, and we unmute. So now the code is without giving a message. There's no error message. It just dies in these lines here. So now we have this down. So what happens? So first, let's remove the bool parse. From one of them. And then we put it in between here, and let's do one. And then I don't control S because it is cannot implicitly convert from string to bool, which is a nice message. This is a string message. Let's there. So we're printing this in this way instead. And if this is printed, then we know that it works. And print here is not working, then it's the right. We have to add the bool parse. It won't compile otherwise. So, and bool parse worked before, so it shouldn't be a problem. And not control S. Compile. I have to click the buttons in Streamerbot. It's annoying. So if I unmute.
Fixit42 bot says, input muted, false.
Yeah.
Fixit42 bot says, input muted, false.
So it works. The thing is, making this. So what we can do. Let's work around it by using this, making this a string. String. And getting rid of the bool parse bit. I cut that. So, now everything should work for a bit longer. We don't need to toString these, for they are strings. And we should get here and This is where we need to do the parse instead. So, okay, that's odd. There, now I pasted. Apparently something went off with my parse. There. So, I wanted to Control S again. So we're compiling it. Now we should get a lot of output when I mute.
Fixit42bot says here 1. Fixit42bot says, input muted, false. Fixit42bot says here. Fixit42bot
It's
says
correct.
mic 1. Input muted, false.
So I did
mic 2.
unmute
Input
mic
muted,
2.
false. Fixit42bot
I-
says, input muted, false.
Yeah.
Fixit42bot
So
says here 1.
Let's remove the debug
Fixit42bot
messages,
says here.
because this is kinda
Fixit42bot
like
says
long
mic 1.
messages.
Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input
So-
muted, true.
Right. So we have double messages. Right. We just deleted a few printings of messages. We haven't changed anything in the code really. This is what's supposed to be commented. Let's actually add old code here, right? Alright, caps. Old code. Right? And this is where we're going to add bool parse. And we'll see if this works better. And we'll see this not from printing text. So, if something is wrong with the bool parse command, then we will definitely notice it, right? So maybe we should do a step between here and convert it both ways and just see if it works. So I noted there that I had to do two lower, but we have the two lower here, and we can also see that our printed output is lowercase. Right, so now we have an if bool parse mic1, which should be in the first case there, it should be false, and this should be false too. And then muted should not be visible. And if bool parse mic 1 is right, let's actually change that and do this. And let's do this as an OR. This is more logical, right? Now we have the opposite of the previous one. There. So if we don't have this mic or this mic on, then we should show muted because no mic is on, right? This is much better. So I'm going to unmute my second mic.
Fixit42bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, false.
So when did I get two messages?
Fixit42bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, true.
Yeah, now I mute this.
Fixit42bot says mic 1. Input muted, true. Mic 2. Input
So
muted,
the
true.
messages are correct.
Fixit42bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2.
It
Input
crashed
muted,
before I
true.
crashed the code. So we need to find another way to do this. So very annoying. So let's Google C#, bool, convert string to bool. So we get a string. We have to convert a string to boolean. And I have looked this up before. Yeah, I guess I will have to do an if. That's safer, right? We can use the strings and just instead of parsing it. Right, let's just skip the conversion. We'll just do it. So instead of parse, because it crashes, we don't get any error messages. It compiles fine. Everything is good. We know it's lowercase. We can just do an equals, right? So if mic1 equals and true, well equals true, and then we just copy this. And put it inside here. There. It's even shorter. So now we try again.
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, false.
So logic
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, true.
Let's delete the
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true.
So we have a logic
mic 2.
error.
Input muted,
So
true.
apparently I'm
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, true.
This is much better. Much better to have a logic
Fixit42
error.
bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, false. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted,
Alright,
false.
I can't
Mic
skip
2.
it on this TTS,
Input
I'm
muted,
sorry.
true.
I don't think I can. But I've commented it now. I shouldn't say anything more. So if mic 1 is true, let's just do a like. Let's do several ifs instead. I think this is better. If mic 1 is true, then we don't have to do anything else. Let's undo. And let's just do an else here, right? Why make it so darn complicated? That's no reason to do it. Make it complicated. So if mic 1 is true, or mic 2 is true, then one mic is on. And this should also be true if both are true, right? So let's delete this line too, it's just a mess. And when we have this working, which I kind of think we have, no we don't. Alright. So it's always it could be a failure of of this. It should also be true if both are true. I turned it backwards. Did I? No, I don't think I did. So visibility is supposed to be false. First of all, let's actually go to the scene and set it to the right mode. Though this is not a toggle, so it shouldn't matter. So I didn't change anything, did I? So if mic 1 is true, meaning it is not muted. Oh, right, this is probably it. So the values are inverted. So I was thinking I want false here instead. For false is true. So we still should have seen it go away at some time. Yeah, this is just so broken. Oh, this is not what I want to do now, and I'm tired. So let's see here, false and true. So sorry, but I will enable the sound once more, okay? Just once. So the first one should show 2 muted.
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true. Mic 2. Input muted, true. Fixit42 bot says mic 1.
True
Input
is
muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, true.
I was right there. So not muted is false. So I will fix this way. Sorry for the mess, and we'll go this through again. It doesn't affect anything so far. I just want to make sure that it actually is logical. Oh, it's a string, right? Sorry. So we can't do that. Why was I was like in the old stuff. So if not mic, it's ugly. It's ugly. I'm still doing a string comparison. Yeah, I think I should stop programming. You can't do this when you can't even see the difference between a string and a boolean anymore. I don't think this is a long time of stream. It's just 6 hours and 40 minutes. I should still be working. My brain should be working. So, false equals not muted. Muted. So if one is not muted and the other is not muted. So let's just test this logic here by not having any logic that's advanced and just having the mic one. That's the only thing that it cares about, the way it was before, right? So we compile, we save and compile.
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true. Mic 2. Input muted,
so
true.
It's still not working.
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false. Mic 2. Input muted, true.
yeah, so we put it to false and it still didn't go in here. So it's not a logic error after all. So I'm sorry for the double ones. It's just because I can't do ifs. So the second message here, we want to say at end of function. Well, here we just want a short message for the TTS, right? So if it would actually end up.
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true, mic 2. Input muted, true. Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false, mic 2. Input muted, true.
I have a better
Fixit42 bot says
logic.
here.
I have a better solution for the logic. Let's actually do if this is true and this is true. And then we do this true, and else we do it false, right? We still haven't seen it being able to use this. Only the parse previous. Oh right, I can't control this. Invalid expression. So let's see, what did I do? If not, global warble is remote. Here the bool works nicely. Oh, I forgot to remove this. So
Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true, mic 2. Input muted, true. Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false, mic 2. Input muted, true.
This is supposed to be and. That's why how I changed it. Alright. So
Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true, mic 2. Input muted, true. Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, true, mic 2. Input muted, false.
So sorry for all
Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says here. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false, mic 2. Input muted, false. Fixit42 bot says mic 1. Input muted, false, mic 2. Input muted, true.
So
Fixit42 bot says here.
But not anymore. So the last state is the current state, meaning the first mic is not muted and the second one is muted. And here the logic says if this is muted and this is muted, it should turn on the muted state. So now I'm actually going to just comment like crazy and comment the message too, because I think I know this by now. So let's also comment this one. And then I wanted to click F5, it didn't work. So now this, when I change anything on, you should put the muted sign on there, which is it did. So if we comment this line and uncomment this line and run it again and do anything, it should remove the mute. That works. So these two lines works as they should. So why, what, whatever is happening? Ah, oh, thanks so much for the sub. And thanks for all the months. 7 months, how's that possible? Johannes, thank you very much. Yeah.
Winroth Music says Izzy Worth.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm messing with StreamerBot because I have this odd
Winroth Music
problem.
says you are a star in my sky, Sophia less than 3.
Oh, thank you. Actually, let's keep these. And let's comment from here, and let's add a parenthesis here. And Johannes, we still haven't. Yeah, thanks for stream yesterday, by the way. I was with my kids when you raided, so I didn't get to say bye. Or thanks for stream. But I was there, I was listening even when I was running around. So thank you for the stream. And everybody, we have to shout out Johannes here.
Winroth Music says I know, dang. We have to try to find some time.
Yeah. So I don't know if you need that help we were talking about anymore, about the join messages. Everybody, you have to follow Winroth Music, which is Johannes here. So if mic 1 is true, if this test works, let's also put a text in here, right? So to make this easier and more obvious, I'm going to put these around here, right? Because it's just one line, so it's not necessary. It's just making it extra over the top, carefully done, right? I'm just reading up here. So this is this. This is this. And that is that. And the bool parse worked here. Why on earth? So I remember having problems when I created this one too.
Winroth Music says Tifo. So.
Yeah, of course. I can't just say it, you know? I had to do it too. So let's compile. So now it would only listen to the primary mic. Still doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mute myself and the muted doesn't appear. And this is like crazy odd. Why? So let's comment out all the new code. And let's go back the old one. So if input name blue mic, set it to the muted state. And this worked. And if it works now, yeah. So what is the difference in the code? So anyway, it's not a logic error because I was going crazy over this. So we had the problems of doing bool parse on these. Right. So what I was thinking, maybe we should bool parse true. This is like a stupid thing to do. I'm testing random idiotic stuff now because it's not logical, the error, right? So we know that this one works still, and this is why we kept it. But I wanted to react to both mics, not just one, right? So I added bool parse here. If this would help, it is so odd. convert bool to string, because this will take only a string. So if this works, then I'm like killing StreamerBot. If it works, right, we have extra parentheses as you always when I do those. If this works, I'm fainting. No, that's good, I guess. Because we converted a bool to a string to convert it to a bool, right? So if this would have worked, it would have been crazy. Very bad. So it's good that it didn't work. Observe that bool parse didn't work again, but it works here. Input muted. We printed the values. We know they are. I'm like, why? So let's remove the two lower here. I'm doing anything, right? And I think that we're getting capitalized ones now. Where is the error?
Mijksek says, what are you working on?
So I was muted for like an hour or something, so I'm getting a muted message, but it's buggy.
Mijksek says, lol.
Yeah, so that's... So this bool parse method should work, right? It works in this case. But if I convert, I'm doing a string here because that's what we get from this function here. OBS send roll, get this thing, we get a string back. I just realized something. Let's do a toString on this. So maybe it is JSON data, and that's what's the problem. And the print
Mijksek says, wait, is the mic one variable string or boolean?
It's a string. I use the bool parse to make it a boolean first. But now I'm actually toStringing these. And maybe we will get, maybe this is
Mijksek says, but and if you are checking string?
Checking string. It's a string, and then we check if it is equal to this. And there used to be two lower, and that worked. Two lower worked. So if it wasn't a string, but maybe it works on JSON too. Yeah, so let's look at the raw here. So look, here we got this response, right? But when I printed the contents, I got only the false bit. And here it apparently seemed to be like lowercase anyway. So I just did two lower. Let's keep the two lower and not have a comma there. And let's remove the extra it added, because it keeps adding that extra one. So you're welcome to help.
Mijksek says, based on that response you just showed, it's boolean, not string.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but it said you can't convert string to boolean implicitly as an error message, and then you think it's a string, right? So yeah, so let's assume it would be, we could also do like treat it like JSON, because this is JSON. But we are doing that, right? Let's see, or we're doing it here. Right, so let's actually not convert this at all as a test, and let's just do to, let's see, what was it? Input muted, right? So let's see, will this compile with 2 square parentheses? It won't. Cannot convert from string to int. So it thinks it's an int when we want this. Or it wants us to be an int. So what if we do 0 here? Can't convert char to string. So the line is also 10, so it is the correct line. So it's not this one it's reacting to. So if we convert this one, just put this one back here.
Mitchsec says, can you print Mike 1 variable somewhere so we can see what are you getting back?
You can scroll up and you see it like a million times. Though I'm actually getting input muted through there. Yeah. So I totally missed that before. But I'm actually getting the JSON data there. I think one of my kids is knocking. But we should be able to get it from... Yeah, we can do to JSON instead. Let's get it into JSON. I have JSON functions before. So I kind of like didn't read the message I got when from my debug output. Yes, Gaban. I'm in the middle of something. You kommer snart, okay? Okej, men pappa är där. Han kan hjälpa. Okej, jag fixar det sen. Ja. Men det är nog han som har pillat på sina sladdar med tårna. Okej. Jag fixar mat snart, okej? Yeah. So I need to fix this. This was so stupid. I said I should be able to think logically, though I've been streaming for 7 hours.
Mitchsec says,
right?
gonna bail for a bit. I'll swing by later.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. You helped. It helped a lot actually, because I was like not seeing what I was actually outputting. That's stupid on me. I was just looking at the true and false bit. Thank you. So let's see, where do we have the output? It's at the bottom here. Streaming. Streamer bot.
Mitchsec says you'll get it. Take your time.
Yeah. This is easy. I was like, what is it doing? But now I get why I couldn't convert it to a boolean, because it was JSON data, not string. I got stuck on they said cannot convert string to boolean, and then I just, but we'll make it a JSON. We'll just convert it to JSON. If I can just search in this here, I will find it. We don't want Python, or we could have just looked here at this script, not at this. So find in folder JSON. So use of JSON. This is what it does. Yeah. So this is what we need here. This is C#. It's not Python, even though it might look like it. So that we need, and this is how we do it. So this is in my stream duration check, where I get data. So let's see. Where am I converting stuff? Parse. That's int parsing. So it might be in other places. Here's a response of it. Gosh, I can't hear a thing now. So let's see, what am I using now for yeah, it's still this thing on. It just feels odd. Well, okay, install whatever you want. If you think this is good, it's okay with me. So this is what we're actually doing. We're brute forcing passwords, but it is finished. I'm just testing more stuff. Oh, it's breaking our terminal output. We can close it. So string duration args. This is an args. This is different from our one. We're getting a from a function. So let's go back to the search. So here I'm doing a JObject parse. This is it. Oh, this is also what we're doing. We're sending a raw one. Right. That's what we need to do. And then we will be able to use JSON on it, the way I tried a bit ago. So nice. So here, instead of doing this, which is like meaningless, it's a string, it's just that it's in JSON format, right? So now we need to add end parentheses on these, and we need to start it with this. There. And then we can actually do the square parentheses that I tried before, because before I only got messages about using a right. So now let's do bool for these. Again. And then we can skip the true bit here. So of course it never was true. Right. Let's just get any action from it now. So what was the name of it? There. So I have extra there. So let's 2 squares there. So get the input muted state for both. And I totally failed to read the message. I just listened to the message, and I thought it was a bit long, but I didn't read it, and I didn't really look at it at all, and I'm stupid. There. That's it. So, JObject parse. So this is still not a bool. Let's look at the code more. And then I do an int parse on this result from this that I do a toString on. So I guess we will just continue, and let's do a toString, and then we will do a bool parse. I don't love this. I should learn not to make both parentheses when I do this, right? But now we actually need an extra parenthesis. I could have left them, and then we do the bool parse on this. So, fingers crossed this will compile and that it will work. Maybe I could have done this too. This might have worked to just tell it this is a bool. We can test this, if this works or not works. So it works. Okay, so now let's go back and let's test to add the other one here. So if one of them is not muted, we don't want it to. I was almost Control S-ing there. No, it should not be muted because the other mic is on. Right, so I'm muting the other mic. So I have both mics on, we have both sounds, no mute. Then I muted my blue mic, and it's still not showing the mute symbol. Which is correct, because the other mic was there. So now I didn't know what I was doing, but it actually worked. So, time to remove the old code. So yeah, let's keep this comment. It's kind of nice. But let's instead do true equals muted. That's like making it negative. That's stupid of me, right? So now we have it this way. Now I'm just going to try on one of them to actually ask it to do it itself. So will this compile? No. It doesn't work. Can we undo? Yeah. So I guess I should be pleased that it works. And I was blinded and look it out, but yeah, maybe I should finish. So my kid wanted spaghetti and meat sauce, and I think there's just a tiny bit of spaghetti, so I have to make a new one. But I also want to continue doing this. And he eats that every day. So I could just give him the what is there, and he'll get more tomorrow. Right, so what time is it? 21? Yeah, time flies when you have fun. Because this was more annoying. Fun, right? So to both mics. Yeah. So, there it works. That's good. Meaning also I can use, if I go down to the kitchen, I can still talk to stream. And I can hear you. And this works. So we could, let's actually like, is there a history for this? Because I want to get back what I had up before. Nah. Let's go to this and it will hop up. Let's actually close that. And I think we had 19 here. So this was, we have a working version here. I'm just testing to see if I can get another one working. And my problem is that I cannot do like binary. I can do like, but when I... No, the problem is really that I can't do... Yeah, I can't do like binary with %25, and without %25 on this page it doesn't work. So I was starting to look for different ways of comparing. If there's like a... Maybe binary doesn't work here in this SQL. So are there different ways to do this? So we were looking here. I guess this was like... What? This is not a good thing to look at on the web. This are some kind of sheets. I just want operators. Basic operators. Operators. I just did sheet because someone had googled it. So we don't want that really. So also what we want is binary. Like binary. And this is what we want. Not case sensitive. So let's do a %25 to see if someone has had the same problem. So my tummy is a bit hungry too. And my throat is a bit sore. I'm not giving up. Yeah, so if you can just use the %, it's so nice and easy. I guess I shouldn't have added %25 because it still doesn't work, right? It's time. It's time for ChatGPT. ChatGPT. So what we can't do, so I have a working script to get a password. I was thinking of sending the whole script, but I think it's too much. So why? I'm trying to send a query, a SQL. I know why I say an. You know, it's SQL, right? SQL. SQL query to a web page, but using like binary. But if I use %, I get a 500, and if I use %25, it will get what it is. I will get and get. We'll find and reply. Oh, if I use get a false when I should get a true. I don't think it will do it. I just read a bit of this. Checking for double encoding. So I've already said I tried sending it as this. Yeah, we could just try URL encoding everything and see if there's a difference. Yeah, we can do that. This won't work anymore. I'm kind of sure that it's died, right? Because I've been doing other stuff for a long time, so it won't exist. So we have to start a new one. Then that we haven't actually solved this one now, I'm assuming there will be a new password. We have a script to find it anyway, so we'll just revert the script to the older version. So let's see here. So if we comment this one, we uncomment those, and we uncomment this instead of this, because it needs to send one character at a time when we're using substring here in comparison with that. So this will find us the password as long as we update our burp copy from. So let's take this one and let's hop over to this side. Let's actually just send it here, and we will get a new one that we can play with and burp and proxy history, and here we're getting the new tracking ID that we want to use. Let's actually test something that we're going to test. Now we have a good opportunity. So I removed the cookies line from here because we're overriding it with the cookie here. So that's what we're testing. So I'm kind of thinking it should still be overridden. And also let's use the login since this is what we've done. So we can just copy this. Let's skip the get line and copy it here, and we can delete that one too, but whatever. Right, ugly copy. It would work with the empty lines too, it's just prettier this way. And not so much to scroll. It's not a very long script, is it? It's just has several commented lines for different versions of things. Yeah. So now we're back. We can test stuff. Let's get this one actually into repeater 2 just to play with. And if we send it here, we can go welcome back, and if we just add a letter here, we have a false. Removing this again, we have our welcome back there. It didn't scroll there now, so it keeps removing the auto scroll too. I have to add it again. Is it for everyone here? I don't think I added it for all of them. It's just maybe like after 2 hours you have to do it again. So let's continue. So nice to have solved that streamer thing. I was just like not looking. If I just started streaming, I think I would have seen that. No, it's 7:20. Yeah, so I'm liking it though. So I hope my brain will still keep working. So what else we need to update is just to take this number and put it URL. So this is what we need to copy up here, not the other way around. Yeah, so this is the old cookie. I just put it there too, since I removed it from here. So this is not the opportunity to test this. I'm going to copy these. I have two different versions of code here. I was debugging, so I removed some good stuff there. So we will uncomment this when we have seen it works. So it still has debug output, I think. No. Current password A. Right, so I didn't change it? I thought I changed it. So I changed part of it. So we have here shake password part cookies, and it's supposed to be the substring one, yes. So it's doing substring. Was I playing with this too? I don't think so. Yeah, I admit I'm very tired. Did I miss something when I changed this now? So if this is true, which it apparently is, it just adds the password character to the password. So why is this true? Because I don't think it's A. I don't think that the full password is A. So I guess this is why people use substring anyway. So password position, it starts at 1. So we'll start with 1 1, as you can see here. Let's actually remove the well, right, it's kind of good to have it there when you think about it, because when we test one letter at a time, we won't see how the password grows otherwise. Oh gosh, I'm tired. So we already have this solved. I'm just I don't see if this works for the full test of the full password when we have the full one. The like version of this should work to find the letters. But it didn't because of the percent thing. Cookie payload string equals a substr select password from user where username equals let's actually and equals test password there too. So I'm going to add it here. So This is supposed to be 1 for the first. There. And equals let's like A, right? And if we send this, this would only be true if A was the first letter. But let's send this to intruder, which we already have done. So now we're just confirming that stuff works still. And that I shouldn't go to bed, I guess. I have to do it again. So we even added these. So yeah, I am slow. I warn you that I am so slow. So that didn't take very long. This is the first letter, S. So now we have something to test with here. We know what the answer is for the first letter. So this we really just did to be able to test in repeater, right? So if we now do S here, this should give us a true. So we have a working boolean here. If we do another letter, we get false. If we do with the S, we get the true. And this works. So now we can hop back here and have this in the back of the head. We know it's not A. This something broke. Maybe I shouldn't even edit this when I'm this tired. Maybe I'll just break everything. So we're going for the payload here, payload string 2, which is this, including the password position. So I'm like, it's time to not use this anymore, right? Yeah, I'm done with this. I was thinking of removing it before. So it's a bit of a long line though. There. A bit shorter. So we're just adding the test password there to it, which is currently 1 character, and we can see that we got an A for the first one, so that much is correct. We're also printing the payload. This is for debugging, but I kind of thought it was nice to still see it, so we can see what we're using. That we're using the substring now here. And for the confirmation, let's use that. So I'm going to run this again now, just to see. So we tested this, you know, and we know it's not A, so why? Why? It is the right one here, right? Yes, this is correct. And then we have... No, that's the wrong part of this. That's for Nidus. This was Nidus. It's 15. This is correct. 3JCK login. Right. I don't think this will change. It might change. This is the only thing that I changed, right? Now we know. We cannot have a cookie here. If we have a cookie here, it breaks. It doesn't override it. Now we know it. I can do that programmatically. We're converting this to JSON here. Okay, it still didn't work, but it's, and we didn't think that A was correct answer. So this is what I do when I want to undo stuff to test what I really changed. I'm just pasting it in Notepad. So this is the latest version. Now we're going to undo a lot of things here. So this is when we added the new one. Right? That's the old one. Before we did this, I changed this and I tried to get this to work. Now we're changing back. Right, see, what did I do here? Yeah, so it's supposed to be char here. Oh, I copied it because this is when we're starting to fix the other one, right? Yeah, so now we're still making the script. So I added this line as a comment. And then I started using it. This should probably be the position where it works. And we run it successfully. We have the cookie copied out. It's not in here. We need the new URL, right? So let's put that in all places. And then let's ignore this cookie. It doesn't have to be the right one. But this one needs to be the right one. So I'm going to copy that. And let's copy the session 2. There. And I believe that is the only things that we should need to change. If this doesn't work, it's a bit funny. Though I don't think that I did something wrong before, but now we undid all the changes. Right, so now we found a letter.
Fixit42 bot says welcome back Cypher Enigma.
Welcome back, Cypher Enigma. You're so welcome in here. So, I think I might be a bit tired. I realize it's 7 hours 35 minutes. So my brain is like a bit mushy. It's
Cypher Enigma says lol.
Right, so we just wanted to see that this works again. Before
Cypher Enigma says understandable.
So, first of all, I have confirmed that putting the cookie back here didn't seem to work. So let's make it get the results, and we'll try and paste this back here. And also, let's save this version. So I'm going to copy paste this. Find the password boolean. Oh, it's another place. That's why it has the same name. I was like, what? Didn't it change the name? So since that script is supposed to be, so copy working one, and let's move this one into script 2 there, and then we want to look at the base one. That's the one that we're running. And when this is run, I'm going to make changes and see if it still works. So I don't know why we would want a full password though. We've already finished this. So it seems to be working. I don't care about more. Let's just test this now. So let's actually take a correct data. So this is correct data and this is the correct data. So if we now copy this in here, so it's several letters. It will continue working. So we're restarting it now. Will it still work with the cookies line here? It just dies at once when we have the cookie line. Because we need to update this value or it won't work, right? So now we're going to try and delete this programmatically, cause you know, we want to do that. So when we're doing JSON here, so let's add a delete cookies, right? And it's called cookie, not cookies. So I should remember that. And we will change the code because we will need to have it in JSON format to delete that. So let's put it up here and let's do JSON equals, and let's not call it JSON, let's call it headers. Headers JSON equals JSON loads headers, right? And then in oh my goodness, so dot, can I delete one thing here? No automatic hopping ups of stuffs. So what if we dot this? No. This should give us a value. What if we set it to nothing? I'm like, I want to delete it. Alright. Yeah, let's undo all of this and let's do it earlier instead. So, cookie is what we want. If line is not equals, if delete cookies, if not delete cookies.
Or so is there like an, let's do line dot in string. Do we have such a thing? No, I know what it is. It's just in the script a bit further down. In response text. So, cookie. Cookie. So we have it here. Why not use it when we have it there? Line could be there still. If cookie in line. If not delete cookie, meaning this will be true if the delete cookie is false. What happened there when I just spaced that? Oh, whatever. In this one, we want to be false too. So that is red just because we need to indent these, right? No, stuff is still wrong. I'm part of me saying we want parentheses here. That's not it. So let's see what it's saying. Expected permission. So it wants not. Yeah. So let's do not. There. So this, so hopping between this, should I do or here? Yeah, I shouldn't hop between C# and Python. So it will probably be Boolean operations in Python, right? So let's remove these. I don't think we need those really. If not, delete cookies. Or not cookie line. Both of those are okay. Otherwise we just skip the line where there's cookies. Maybe we should change the way those are. Nah. It's probably this way is better. So now we need a true down here. Burp header to dict. Where do I call it? Here. Let's actually I could do this, right? No, I can't. Oh my god. Just a second ago, it was the other way around. So we're actually setting it to true now then. So now we want to comment true. We wanted to delete the cookies from the header while it's converting it to JSON. So we don't have to have a mess with double cookies, right? So we still have it in the header. It didn't work to run this. Now we're running it. It did. And we can also see here if it looks like it's in the right format. Use ratio. Yeah, I don't see any cookies. And it's going. So we fixed it. Nice. So we'll have to make sure that it works with the false too. Also, let's just do that by just removing this. And now it should work. We need to Control Shift F5. So it should stop because it needs to remove the cookies. So we need to add true here, right? And I can't spell true again. So let's F5 it again, and it should go on, not stopping on A, right? So next thing to test. This is a good thing to have. We just have to paste it here, right? And if we want the cookies kept, we'll just false this or remove it from the script. So I want this gone for a bit. Let's also minimize these, right? So this is what we're playing with, the cookies ones. So it's currently working nicely. Right, here's a tiny thing to fix too. So assuming that we instead extract the this. Oh gosh. Oh, this is so bad. There's not even a space between cookie and tracking ID. So I think I like copied stuff and didn't finish. So cookies is not supposed to have cookie in it. But we also need to add there. But this is specific for this one. But everything will be, right? This is not still good. Now let's just skip this one. We'll just have to do that. So if I undo this bit, so the bit before the payload there, this is me automatically getting this number, but we would have to get the session number too, and it's all specific. So let's keep it like this. It's okay. We need to do some manual stuff. This is not intended to be a command line tool. It's intended to be kind of flexible and not locked as such a thing would be, right? So I didn't make any changes here. I just deleted that line, meaning we don't need to rerun it. But it's always nice to do a test. So stop. Run. Testing that I remember the shortcuts. So it still works. At P here we should see it. Wasn't it P? Maybe it wasn't. S. It hops to the second letter, so it works. Yeah, so I'm assuming the next time we'll have Boolean, right? What am I saying? Blind, time-based. Here, we're already having Boolean. So this is the same script, but with added time-based stuff. So check password complete. We'll have this third version here. We go in time-based instead. But I guess we'll wait. We'll go to the next task, right? We'll close these down. continue here. Error based. Okay, we have error based in between. So I'm assuming we will get time based. We'll see what this says. So, it's like me putting a new point here. So I'm like, what's a command to make a marker? Oh right, it's marker. So I didn't get it before I said marker. Like, I haven't done this before. Okay, it's like 8 hours now. So, let's just read this. Error-based SQL injection refers to cases where you are able to use error messages to either extract or infer sensitive data from the database, even in blind contexts. The possibilities depend on the configuration of the database and the types of errors you are able to trigger. Just checking I'm not muted. You may be able to include the application, induce the application. You may be able to induce the application to return a specific error response based on the result of a Boolean expression. You can exploit this in the same way as the conditional responses we looked at in the previous section. For more information, see exploiting blind SQL injection by triggering conditional errors. You may be able to trigger error messages that output the data returned by the query. This effectively turns otherwise blind SQL injection vulnerabilities into visible ones. For more information, see extracting sensitive data via verbose SQL error messages. Oh, by the way, was that clickable? No? Exploiting blind SQL injection by triggering conditional errors. Some applications can carry out SQL queries, but their behavior doesn't change, regardless of whether the query returns any data. The technique is in the previous section won't work, because injecting different Boolean conditions makes no difference to the application's responses. Right. It's often possible to induce the application to return different response depending on whether an SQL error occurs. You can modify the query so that it causes a database error only if the condition is true. Very often, an unhandled error known by the database causes some difference in the application response, such as an error message. This is interesting. I don't think I've done this. Well, I might have done it like once. This enables you to infer the truth of the injected condition. Let's just see if the script finished. It's still getting the password. So, I still want to test the other thing. I didn't do it now. Oh, we're on the wrong file. I was like, where is it? Where is it? And now I'm like, did I edit this one? No. This is the one that's currently running. Though there's no way to see that. So I'm going to make another copy. Funny backups here. So let's paste this, let's F2 it. Well, it's actually okay with the 2 there. So we can continue editing this one. So here we have the functions that I was looking for in the other file and didn't find. So it's getting long, the password. So if anyone in chat has any ideas on how to do this, my problem is that if I use percent in this query, I get a 500. If I do percent 25, meaning the percent character, it works, but binary fails. So, like binary doesn't work when it's supposed to get a true, we get a false. So I guess it's not really doing a percent there. It's keeping the percent 25. It's failing. It might just not work on this one, but I wanted to see if I could make it work, and I couldn't. So apparently the page is still up, right? So I'm sorry for hopping back. Oh, yeah, so while we wait here, I will just check on my kids.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
Oh, it just finished.
I'm about to go live, you know
It just
what I mean.
finished.
Got high expectations.
Right, so here we have the
Teach you
password.
something new, learning
I do go for cooking.
There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. All along the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. All along the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, our knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, our knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, our knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
kids' food. So I got both of my kids' food and myself some yogurt. So it's 22 past 22 here. I need to eat something. This was actually, I couldn't finish my yogurt this morning, and I had only yogurt in the bowl, and I was dipping this bread again. It was a long time since they had this in the store, so I was like happy it's there. I couldn't eat more than half a bowl because I was totally full. So let's finish it. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah, I will, of course. So I like this bread. It's very thin. I just tear some bits and dip it in the yogurt. It's great. So we have the new password, but we've already entered this, so it's not like it matters. So I'm curious. So if we can't do this here, you know, it's no reason to try it in the script. So I think we'll just hop to the next one. The problem is the percent character needs to be URL encoded, and when it's URL encoded, I get a 500. I don't want to do it again. I've already done it like twice. So tested back and forth and we didn't work. So let's continue. So some applications carry out SQL queries, but their behavior doesn't change regardless. I read this, yeah. So let's let them give us examples, right? Let's see, we're on 2 of 7, right? So we'll have more information here. Oh, that's bad. Divide by 0. That's funny. That's funny. So we have this one up. Let's just divide by 0 here. So we don't need to do anything else. I just want to see the message. 1. This will never be true. So we didn't get any feedback on this. We'll go to the right one, right? So this is not the right one for this. Close intruder. It's for the old one. So we need to get a new something to test on. So we're on number 3. So let's hop to, we have a, oh, it was there. It was just, it's so slow in updating. I hate it when the new page appears and then the text changes. It's horrible. Horrible, horrible. So, lab. We need to test these things while we're reading about them. So I would prefer if they open the lab first, so we can experiment while we're reading. But I guess it's okay this way. So the loading is the problem. I hopped an extra page. So it's just one more. So this is the new version of the page. So very different. Let's actually hop to this one and read it first. Blind SQL injection with conditional errors. This lab contains a blind SQL injection vulnerability. The application uses a tracking cookie, so it's the same as last one. and performs a SQL query containing the value of the submitted cookie. Users, username, password, administrator. Logins, administrator, user. We're supposed to get the password again. The same as last time. So it's really no new information in this. We could have assumed the old one. So last time I just clicked this because I don't know. We're at the login page in case we want it later. Right, I should have tested that. So next time, here we get a new tracking cookie. Here's we go to the login page using this. So this is a bit of it. So I need to click something to get the cookie in here, right? So that's part of what I clicked. I clicked something. We're sending this to repeater just to play with it. First let's send it. This time we're supposed to get errors instead, right? So this will probably react to a... If we send it this, when, so let's add this here into this, there, and then we send this one. And if you read it, select case when 1 equals 2, then else A equals A. So the test in here is not like useful. That's what I'm annoyed at. But I'm assuming they will give us a better test, right? Because this will of course end up always in the if, not in the else. So it will, let's see, internal server error, right? So this has nothing to do with the A's. that's what I'm going for. Let's continue reading. These inputs use a case keyword to test a condition and return a different expression depending on whether the expression is true. The first input, the case expression, evaluates to A, and the second evaluates to divided by 0 error. So now we're getting a usable version. If the error causes a difference in the application's HTTP response, you can use this to determine whether the injection is true. Using this technique, you can retrieve data by testing one character at a time. And now we have the substring and the M. Yeah, so this bit at the end here. Yeah, I need to mess with this. Let's copy it. So sometimes these SQL statements seem a bit uselessly long. Well, too long. Longer than necessary. Not bad in any way, just very long. Also, I don't know. Yes. ska jag ge dina nuggetsar? Macka? Oh no, jag är så trött gubben. Min hjärna är åt alla håll. Jag kan göra dem kortare tid. Okej, ska jag göra det? Yes. Yes. Jag gör det om en liten stund, okej? Jag håller på att äta så jag ska äta upp först. Thank you, Leckerman. So, one of them already wants more food, but it's late, so I'll get it soon. He woke up late. He woke up at 17. We had such good hours for weeks, and now it's falling apart again. So, we have the internal server error. This is what we're looking for now. So, let's put this here. Let's make sure this is clicked. 3 matches. Hop there then. Yeah, we also have it at the start, right? That's where it's not hopping. We have the Flatburn internal server error at the top. Right, so let's read this. Username, administrator substring. So if we were to do this with different letters, so do I want to do this myself, or do I want to put this in the intruder? Anyway, so I want to find the true one. Let's do it the same way that we did. So let's just select the C and hop over to payloads. Let's do brute forcer, paste a little longer one. Let's do 1 1. And start it. Maybe there's a better way to do this. I'm slow, so I'll eat a bit. Let's assume. Let's not assume anything. Let's put the new ones on the top. Good. So alright, there are more characters here. I was thinking I was done. This is the response we want to look at, of course. So they're all internal server error. There's no one that sticks out. Now I'm curious. They will be encoded. So what happens if we do this? We can't get more than error, right? And this is quick. It's quicker than the other ones. Maybe I should have actually read what I was tasting. And just quick scanned it. And select case when username is greater than M. Oh gosh. Yeah. That doesn't do it. We want an equals here. So what do you think? Will it happen? It's the same thing again. I'm sorry, this will never work because the example uses capital letters and this is not what the actual thing uses. So there's no actual administrators, there's no password, and there's no users with capital U at the start. I guess possibly the only case sensitive thing would be the administrator, but that's enough. Right, so it's actually a bit different, the error, right? We don't have the exact same size anymore. Why? So if we're doing it manually, we might want to do like the greater than. I was like, oh, there's a difference. Oh, it's the response time. So, we have seen it work. What did I do wrong? Username, administrator, password, users. Yeah. This is the right place. Yeah, all our internal server error. Well, not all, because it wasn't finished. Not all are, I'm thinking. Yeah, finished. Yeah, so let's go back to repeater.
Black12342213 says CHEAP viewers on keen.gallery/3cli. Fixit42 bot says message removed.
Yeah. Not quickly enough though, right? So I'm seeing the same thing here, right? So we need to fix this. From users. So it's supposed to be called users. First, let's finish reading this. But I think it was kind of, yeah. So we have a using this thing you can read data, testing one character at a time. Note, there are different ways to trigger conditional errors, and different techniques work best on different database types. Yeah. So again, there's a last thing we get is the right text. If they would hear our suggestions, I would be happy to get that fixed. This lab contains. Here we have users, username, password, administrator, all lowercase. So this keeps clicking. Let's see if that helped. It was hard not to hurry now. Anyway, select case 1, and then we have the something returning true or false, right? The boolean here. And if this is true, why does it have it like this? I want this when this is true. Right. Yeah. See, that's interesting. So it's actually, I want this to be the else, right? And let's do a be true. And when we have a true and false, then I will mess with it more, right? Yeah, so these are kind of funny when they have from users after it. Username, administrator, and password. Substring 11. Yeah. So read the full darn thing before you do stuff, right? Even if it's been 8 hours. So I know the limit for having to split when I upload to YouTube. Oh, right. I just got like a, oh my god, I haven't done this. I probably lost streams. because I haven't been doing that because I felt off. So they might be lost forever. We'll see. So which is the oldest highlight stream I have here? So it's this one. Let's do it at once because it expires in 1 day or 0 days. So there. So we'll see later if I lost. I think I lost a few. It's not like it's a big problem, but I'm kind of uploading all of them. So let's see here, my docs, and then we have. So how did I drop that? It's just because I've been feeling off. Still stupid. It's because I've been training too. Too many things. And other things too at the same time. So yeah, I think I dropped one. Yeah, the second part, it was 1 hour 24 minutes. That's like a funny timing to see things again. Let's see. So we dropped 1 hour and 24 minutes from me missing that for like 2 weeks or 1 week. I'm just going to my YouTube